Right. Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so we'll proceed. My name is Alistair Edwards. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. We're here today to begin the inquiry into the application under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 by North Lowther Energy Initiative Limited for a wind farm comprising 30 149-metre-high turbines and associated tracks, buildings and infrastructure on land located on the Queensberry estate. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to hold the inquiry and thereafter report to them with a recommendation on whether to approve or refuse the application. Now, before we begin, I have a few points of administration. Firstly, a disclosure. Myself and Mr. Steele are sharing the same hotel, so we have passed one another in the premises. I don't think that's unusual in the circumstances where there's few areas to stay. Does anybody have any issue with that? No? Okay.
So I don't think we're the only people from this team who are in the hotel. Maybe there's opposition to balance the numbers.
Okay. Toilets are located outside this room on the left. There's no fire drill today, so if the alarm goes, it's for real. So please exit nearest the closest exit to you, which is probably the entrance that you came in, or this door. And if you congregate just outside the front of the building, that would be grand. I'd also ask you to keep your mobile phone on silent or switched off during the inquiry discussions today. You'll notice there's electricity cables running around the hall. If you can just watch yourself as you're walking over them so as not to trip. There is a play group in today in the adjacent room. They will be finished at 11:15. That'll be the same for next Tuesday as well. I've checked. The soundproofing seems quite good because they're already in there, and I haven't heard them as yet. You'll note that we're being filmed today and will be filmed for the duration of the inquiry. This allows those who cannot attend an opportunity to review the proceedings. To enable the system to work effectively, you need to use the microphones, pushing the talk button to talk and pushing it again when you're finished. A red light indicates that your microphone is on and directs the cameras to your location for filming. On that topic, you'll see me talking with my colleague Ewan, who's in charge of filming and audio proceedings. Ewan has no involvement in the decision-making process, and any discussions we have will not influence the outcome of my report and recommendation. Now, can everybody hear me clearly? Yes. If you have any difficulty during proceedings for myself or any of the witnesses, please just put your hand up and we can turn up the volume. Now, there are going to be different topics that we're going to be considering over the next 2 weeks using primarily inquiry sessions and a single hearing session. These are, in this order, inquiry sessions on landscape and visual impact, socioeconomic impacts, flood risk and contamination, ecology and ornithology, policy and SNH internal procedures. I'll have a hearing session on conditions. The first inquiry session on landscape and visual impact will be held this week. An inquiry is a formal process which I will explain in due course. The hearing session to be held at the end of next week will take the form of a structured discussion which I will lead following the agenda circulated. We'll start tomorrow at 10 and each day at 10 also. We'll continue till around 5 p.m. with a break for 45 minutes for lunch. We'll also have a short breaks mid-morning and mid-afternoon. The hall has kitchen facilities which you can use to prepare any refreshments and food during these breaks. Now, there are matters which I think no longer require an inquiry session. I've reviewed the inquiry statements, documents, including the inquiry reports and the precognitions, and I note there's no submission in relation to access and transportation. I further note that there are inquiry reports from the applicant on noise, cultural heritage and aviation lighting. There are no witnesses in these topics other than reference in the landscape witnesses' submission to lighting. I have assumed that this is because no witnesses have been presented to oppose these topics. I also note the withdrawal of the MOD requirement for cardinal lighting subject to conditions. Unless there is any objection, I propose that the inquiry reports are accepted as the stated position of the applicant. I also suggest that the afternoon sessions timetabled for Tuesday next week on built and cultural heritage, noise, access and transport, other matters, are no longer required, but the time may be needed for other matters. Is that agreed with parties?
Sir, naturally we're in your hands, but in relation to built and cultural heritage, I do note that there's a section in the evidence from local residents, the community councils, Mr. Godfrey, I think it is, that deals explicitly with that issue over 2 or 3 pages. I can take you to it if necessary. in these circumstances, I wonder whether it would be appropriate or wise simply to delete that session altogether, because Mr. Godfrey is leading evidence about that, as I understand it. It's in his, either his report or his recognition.
When the sort of layout of the inquiry was sort of set up, it was indicated that we wouldn't be giving evidence on the cultural heritage side of things, but what I felt that there was a sort of landscape dimension to the settings of the various cultural assets in One Lockhead, and I thought perhaps I could raise that as part of the sort of broader landscape context. I don't know whether that's acceptable to you.
I mean, my reading of your submissions, there's a difficulty sometimes in categorizing things into finite, into areas for inquiry sessions. I think there is an overlap with the landscape and visual impact session, also the socioeconomic session to the cultural and built heritage. On that basis, if you're happy, Mr. Steele, for your witness, I would be happy for Mr. Godfrey to give his evidence in the LVIA session and socioeconomics. And if there's an issue to do with built environment or cultural environment, that the questions could be posed at that point.
Well, sir, again, we're in your hands, very happy with anything. The difficulty is that Mr. Godfrey has put this issue in his landscape and visual report actually it's not, the pages aren't numbered, but he's got section 10 deals with the impact in Warnock Head, and he deals with the conservation area, scheduled monuments, and the setting, and so on and so forth. And I did wonder whether that section actually should have been dealt with on Tuesday the 8th in any event, but if he's putting it at issue, it seems difficult why we should not be responding to that. Now, we have a Mr. Moody who's our expert on these matters, and he is available for that date, or it can be led through Mr. Bell, one or t'other. Insofar as other aspects are concerned, noise access, traffic transportation, and so on and so forth, and lighting, either in relation to lighting, either Mr. Van Grieken or Mr. Welsh can update us about that, but in relation to the other issues, Mr. Bell will cover them in his evidences in his inquiry report, technically to keep the matter within the remit of the inquiry. The only matter I raise about, frankly, is the cultural heritage. That is an issue raised by the local residents, as they're entitled to do.
Right. Mr. Godfrey, I think maybe on Tuesday, and it's timetabled anyway, we'll add your sections on cultural heritage, and you can speak to those next Tuesday to do with the conservation area and any impact on the scheduled ancient monuments. And that will allow the applicant's witness to also provide their evidence. Is that acceptable to parties?
Yes, that's acceptable. But would you be accepting? Would you be expecting a precognition in respect of that? Because obviously the time is an issue.
No, I think it's sufficient for you just to read out the paragraphs that Mr. Steele has highlighted that refer to One Lockhead Conservation Area and the Scheduled Ancient Monument. In fact, we could even take it as read, and if there's any questions from Mr. Steele or myself, then we can refer to that document.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Okay, so on Tuesday, we have David Mundell MP speaking, then a session on flood risk and contamination, and then a session on ecology and ornithology. So I propose that after the ecology and ornithology session, we hear from Mr. Moody. Is that correct, Mr. Steele?
That would be so, sir.
Yes, and then Mr. Godfrey to finish.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, length of proceedings. We've now all seen the precognitions and the submissions. Most of the parties will be here the whole time, but we do have some witnesses and professionals who will be appearing only for a day here and there. We allowed for landscape and visual impact evidence for the next 4 days and the other matters next week. The only changes to the timetable were to move Dr. Wimble's cross-examination on landscape and visual matters to Friday, with his evidence in chief on Wednesday. But I understand he's no longer required at the court session on Thursday, and so I've agreed to revert to the original timetable. This means that Dr. Wimble will give his evidence on Wednesday and Thursday this week, followed by Mr. Mackay on Thursday afternoon and Mr. Godfrey on Friday. David Mundell will also be giving his evidence on socioeconomics on Tuesday morning next week instead of the Monday when the full session on that topic will be held. Now, we've timetabled for 8 days. Can I confirm with parties that the estimates are still realistic?
Sir, so far as this week is concerned, the matter is largely in the hands of my learned friend. We have had discussions about it, and it from the discussions, which may have changed overnight, of course, it is possible that we might move a little bit faster than that and finish other matters, landscape and visual matters, on Thursday. But it's impossible to say because things change by the minute and by the hour. But that is a possibility.
Mr. Finlay, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I think the most important matter is that for Mr. Godfrey's concerns, he may be on Thursday rather than on Friday morning. But we'd hopefully, I agree with what my learned friend Mr. Steele has said, and we would hope to make good progress this week. But that will depend on length of questions and length of answers.
And Mr. Godfrey, you're fairly flexible in terms of giving your evidence on Thursday or Friday?
Yes, I'm happy either way. Thank you.
Okay, now I have a clarification in terms of the witnesses. I understand that Dr. Utley is taken ill and won't be available to give his evidence next week on S&H procedures. As an alternative, S&H has suggested that Mr. Halfhide will give evidence on this topic. I consider this would be reasonable in the circumstances, but wish to check the process in terms of the inquiry report and precognition. Is it the intention of Mr. Halfhide to adopt Dr. Utley's position?
In essence, yes. He's provided a very short statement, but in essence, yes.
Sir, we have no difficulty with the change of witness for the reasons that have been explained, which seem perfectly reasonable. The only thing is, if there is another statement, we certainly are not aware of having received it. And perhaps when we get it, we can have an opportunity to look at it and comment later.
Calling it a statement may be a slight exaggeration. It's a CV telling you who Mr. Halfhide is and giving his background, setting out his previous involvement in the case, and then referring to the statement of Mr. Utley. If my learned friend doesn't have that, I recall it was in the email exchanges, but I'm sure a copy can be made available. But there's nothing of substance in
if
that.
That's, well, I'll be saying that about your whole case, but if that's what it is, then I believe that we do have that. I understood it was a statement in the proper meaning of that word, but if that's the case, that's fine.
Can I add something? So, following Mr. Halfhide's involvement, he alerted us to an email that was relevant to the issues, and that gave rise to 2 other documents which postdate the FOI request, which related to the objection letter. Seems to me that, particularly given Mr. Halfhide is giving evidence, and these are matters for next week, it would be appropriate to introduce those documents. There are 3 documents, 3 emails, 1 with an attachment. And so perhaps this would be an appropriate stage for me to seek permission to do that.
Right, we've had a lot of late documents over the last couple of weeks, a flurry yesterday from One Lockhead Village Council, from S&H as well, and the applicant has updated the document list as well as we've gone on. Is there any difficulty in accepting these documents?
None, sir, except keeping track of what's going on, which has completely lost me. But in terms of the documents, I don't think it would be appropriate to object.
I think I have an updated core document list, but if parties could check that and just double check that their document lists are up to date, and if they aren't, if you could email them through to Smear Akbar, and then I will be able to get a copy. Now, I further note that Mr. Abelera from the Lowther Hill Ski Club has provided an inquiry statement, but no recognition or documents. He was also unable to attend the site visit last week. So despite my office trying to confirm attendance, we've been unable to ascertain if he'll be giving socioeconomic evidence next week. If he does, then I suggest that we take his statement, that's his inquiry statement, as his recognition. Is that agreed?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
You're happy with that, Mr. Finlay?
Yes, sir.
Right, turning to the site visits, we carried out a successful series of accompanied site visits last week. I've also carried out a comprehensive series of unaccompanied inspections last week and yesterday, and I'll likely be on the site and surrounding viewpoints this week and next. However, should there be a need to revisit any of the sites and or add any additional viewpoints or routes as a result of the inquiry, then we can accommodate this and make arrangements should there be a need to. Now, on that point, I've noted 4 additional routes mentioned in Dr. Wimble's inquiry report and 1 in Mr. Godfrey's, which I intend to visit. Those are the minor road between the A76 at Kirkconnell to Blackaddy Bridge, the minor road between Blackaddy Bridge to the A76 near Mennick, the minor road from Glespin to the B740 at the Snarwater Dunedin Water Confluence Overbridge, and finally the core path, that's CL 3529/1 from Lead Hills to Snar. Does anybody have any difficulty in me viewing those 4?
No, sir, I think you've got to do them. No difficulty at all.
Now, in terms of conditions, as you know, the single hearing session will discuss the potential conditions next week, but it may be that we discuss some of the conditions during procedures. The potential conditions that we'll discuss are on the joint statement of conditions, which was issued by the parties. My latest update to that I got yesterday. Is that correct? And we have full agreement now, other than the areas of dispute on that document. Thank you. Now, in terms of agreed statements, we agreed that they would be submitted on policy, landscape and visual impact and conditions. I've received the agreed statements on all these topics. Are parties content that the submitted statements are as agreed as they can be?
I believe so, sir.
Yes, sir.
In terms of closing submissions, we agreed at the pre-examination meetings that closing submissions would be given in writing on all the oral sessions. The agreed dates for closing submissions were Thursday the 24th of October for objecting parties and Thursday the 7th of November for the applicant. Are those dates still agreed and reasonable?
Sir, they seem at the moment to be reasonable. It may be things will change if something happens during the inquiry, so perhaps we could revisit them again at the end of the inquiry, just in case there's any reason for changing that.
Mr. Finlay, any comments?
Sensible suggestion.
And Mr. Godfrey? Yep. Now, in terms of overnight storage, the hall is used tonight for a karate class, so we'll have to move. We can leave things in the room, but we'll move them all to the back of the room. They set up mats in the front here, so they won't be involved in that at all. That will happen next Tuesday as well, and there's something on, I think, the Brownies next Monday. So tonight and next Monday and Tuesday, I'm afraid we'll have to clear the hall as much as we can. For the remaining days, we can leave the hall set up as it is. Now, I understand the Council and S&H have hired out the computer room. I have a key for that as well, and I would propose that if you have any electronic devices or anything that you don't want anyone to look at, we can put it in that room overnight. Is that acceptable to parties?
Sir, can I just ask, when you say the karate club are further down, how much space have we got? I'm just wondering whether we can leave any of these documents in situ or not?
Yeah, my understanding is that they use the middle of the hall and they're further back. So I think as long as the tables are pushed to the side, it should be absolutely fine. We'll find out tomorrow. Now, on that, I came in at 8 o'clock this morning to set up the hall, and it did take that full time to do the hall. So I propose tomorrow morning, if anyone was available from 8:30 to help set up the hall, that would be much appreciated. Are parties able to do that? Yes. Yes, fantastic. Good. Now, on a procedural point, and this is to do with directing questions with regarding the S&H approach, having read through the submissions, I note the applicant's landscape witness provides commentary on the S&H internal process with regard to the decision and reasons to object. I have questions regarding this, and it may well be that the applicant wishes to ask questions, and indeed that Mr. Finlay may wish to provide clarification. However, I wish to be clear about who to direct my questions to. What I wish to avoid is a situation where I ask a question of Dr. Wimble, only to be told that it isn't his role, and then to pose the question to Mr. Halfhide, only to be informed that his role in the inquiry is limited. Mr. Finlay, could you provide me with clarification?
Yes. Dr. Wimble is dealing with the merits of S&H's position. So the justification for the, if you like, for the reasons for its objection and its other advice. Mr. Halfhide is dealing with the administrative process which led to that decision being taken and indeed what followed it. So that questions on merits should go to Dr. Wimble, questions on administrative procedure should go to Mr. Halfhide. That distinction may blur at times, and I'm sure Dr. Wimble and Mr. Halfhide will seek to assist insofar as they can do.
So can I just say I had a similar concern about the matter, and I had discussed it with a learned friend at the weekend. My understanding, landscape merits with Dr. Wimble. The problem is that there is an overlap between the landscape merits and what I would wish to ask S&H about, because I want to know how they've got to some landscape judgments and what they are and whether they're well-founded, so on and so forth. And what I don't want is Mr. Halfhide to tell me we should have asked Dr. Wimble about this, and maybe that's your concern as well. I wonder if a way forward is if Dr. Wimble is back on Wednesday the 9th, and if, perchance, I've made a wrong call and asked the wrong witness and is referred back to Dr. Wimble, whether it would be possible to have Dr. Wimble return if there were relevant questions that you thought might be helpfully answered that Dr. Halfhide cannot answer. And just on that point, sir, Mr. Welsh, who's the witness you're referring to, who deals with S&H procedure, etc., it would be intended that he returns on Wednesday the 9th to read out that section of his inquiry report / precognition which deals explicitly with the S&H issues. And therefore any cross-examination of him can take place on that day.
In relation to that narrow point?
In relation to that point, sir, yes.
So certainly Dr. Wimble will check and see whether he can be available for the Wednesday. I think it's primarily Mr. Welsh who gives the benefit of his opinions on S&H processes. Insofar as they relate to landscape and visual matters, I would be proposing to cross-examine him on those probably tomorrow, if that's where we've reached. Insofar as they relate to administrative matters, then I can finish off such cross-examination next week.
Okay, I think on that basis, if Dr. Wimble can check his availability for next Wednesday and clarify that in due course, preferably by the end of play today, if possible, if not tomorrow, so we know where we're at with that. Yeah, as I say, my concern was that some of the questions might fall between witnesses. They may even be for the case advisor who isn't a witness. If that happens, then it might have to be, I think we discussed at the pre-examination meeting, that in the absence of a witness, you'll have to direct me in what that means if a witness cannot answer a question. Right, is that agreed? Now, procedures. Does anyone have any questions about the procedure or any procedural matters which they wish to raise? Mr. Steele.
I had a number. I think you've covered them all except for one, sir. Either SNH or the Council asked for CD 8.27 to be paginated. We have copies of that available. It may have been circulated electronically, but we have hard copies of that available here, which we can circulate, which may be helpful, particularly for Wednesday the 9th. And in addition to conditions, sir, I think you may have received the updated position, but we've got hard copies reflecting the updated position, which is that I think there's only 3 conditions outstanding between the parties, and we can circulate that now or later. Conditions isn't for a week or more, but we have it here for the avoidance of doubt. Okay,
I'm quite happy to circulate that during the first break, so we don't break up the flow today. CD 8.27, that's the FOI pack, is that right? Yes, okay. Mr. Finlay, any procedural matters or comments?
No.
Mr. Godfrey? No.
Perhaps I should add, we'll circulate the documents I referred to, and we'll give them, I think we're giving them DG numbers at the break as well.
Right, in terms of documents, there should be a full set of documents and precognitions in the hall for members of the public to consult. I think those are the back there. Please don't remove them or deface them. We've talked about late documents already. So, moving on to the landscape and visual impact inquiry session. Now, firstly, can I confirm those participating in the inquiry session, those leading and giving evidence? And I'll start with the applicant.
Yes, sir. My first witness in that regard will be Mr. Mark van Grieken, who, to save time, is already at the witness table. And secondly, Mr. James Welsh, who's on my left.
And Mr. Finlay?
So it'll be Dr. Wimble, who's on my right.
Mr. Godfrey?
Sorry, that would be myself.
And my understanding is that yourself and Miss Gibb will act as a double act. Miss Gibb may ask you questions.
In respect of the landscape, Miss Gibb will lead me. In respect of the landscape element, Miss Gibb will lead me, and for also the other sessions apart from contamination, where I will lead her.
Now, Mr. Mackay of the Scottish Rights of Way Society, otherwise known as Scotways, will also be giving his evidence later in the week. Now, in terms of the sequence of evidence, we'll first hear from Mr. Van Grieken, then Mr. Welch, Dr. Wimble, Mr. Mackay, and then Gerard Godfrey on Friday, maybe Thursday, as we go. So, this morning we'll begin the inquiry session into the matter of landscape and visual impact. This is a formal process to ensure that everyone discloses their case in advance, to avoid ambushing, and to bring structure and rigour to the process of information gathering and discussion that will take place here today. The evidence will be given by the witness appearing for each party. Each witness will read their precognition, or we can take their precognitions as read, that being examination in chief. When giving their evidence, the witness will sit here, or alternatively they'll sit on the other side of me, depending on who's doing the cross-examination. Can I just confirm with parties, are you happy for precognitions to be taken as read?
Sir, I would prefer to be able to read some of it out, but it's for a variety of reasons. A, from the public point of view, and B, frankly, from the point of view of the witness himself, just to be able to check with the microphone and so on and so forth.
Are other parties happy with that? fine, Ewan. We'll carry on. Just take that to the back. Yeah. Okay, is that working now? Perfect, right. Okay.
So can I just raise one matter? We have a heater or a fan arrangement behind us, which is slightly, not very noisy, but it's a bit of a background distraction at this side of the room. I don't know whether it's the heater or what it is, and whether it's possible to turn it down or better still off.
I'm afraid we have an antiquated boiler system. It's on or off, and I don't know how to turn it on or off. I can look in the brake, and we can have a look, but unfortunately, if it's off, it's off, in which case we might get cold. If it becomes an issue, if you highlight it to me, then we can try and sort it out.
Perhaps, sir, at the break we could have a look at the matter. It's not ideal, but we don't want to waste time, but if we could look at it at the break time.
Okay. Okay, back to here. So the witness will then answer questions posed by those leading the other side. Those with the same stance cannot question people on the same side to improve their case, but they can seek clarification if something isn't clear. Questions may relate to any aspect of the full recognition in the documents on which evidence is based. I will also ask questions if I need further information. Particular points may be clarified after cross-examination has taken place, otherwise known as re-examination. The purpose of the inquiry session is to enable me to obtain the evidence relevant to the proposed development so that I can make an informed recommendation to Scottish ministers. Those asking questions should focus on this purpose. I'm not interested in point scoring or needless argument. I'll intervene if I think that either the evidence or the questions do not assist me. In addition, the witnesses themselves should avoid repetition, particularly if they are of the same opinion. It would be efficient if a witness could simply state if they agree with the response of someone else where that is the case. Now, are there any questions from anyone? No. In that case, I'll ask Mr. Steele to call his first witness.
Sir, good morning. Mr. Van Grieken, you are the first witness on behalf of the applicant here. Could we turn to your precognition, please? And 1-1, you introduce yourself, and your qualifications and experience are set out there and in your main inquiry report. If we could take 1-1-1-2 and 1-3 as read, and if you could start reading at 1.4, please.
Good morning, everyone. Siting and design. Site selection and design of wind farms in Scotland has been influenced by technological advancement, willing landowners, changes in renewable energy targets, and design guidance. Withdrawal of the renewable obligation certificate initially resulted in a reduction of in the number of applications, but the availability of taller and more efficient turbines has begun to reverse this trend.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Van Grieken. I think before we get too far on with this, there are two distractions here.
Yeah.
What I suggest, we've had an introduction. Let's have a 5-10 minute break now. I'll try and get this sorted, and then we can continue. Yep. Thank you. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:15. To the best of our ability, we've turned off the boiling system, the boiler, but the caretaker is on her way, and she'll liaise with you and hopefully make sure the system's completely turned off. It does sound a lot quieter now. We'll work around it for the time being. Next door, as I say, will be finished at 11:15, and they'll be cleared away by around past. Okay, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Van Grieken, I've rather forgotten where we were, but could I just ask you to read from 1.4?
Good morning, again. Site selection and design of wind farms in Scotland has been influenced by technological advancement, willing landowners, changing in renewable energy targets, and design guidance. Withdrawal of renewable obligation certificates, ROCs, as they are also known, initially resulted in a reduction in applications, but the availability of taller and more efficient turbines has begun to reverse this trend. Landscape capacity. Scottish planning policy requires local planning authorities to identify areas with potential for onshore wind developments, and the Dumfries and Galloway Council indeed responded by undertaking and preparing the wind farm landscape capacity study, the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape wind farm landscape capacity study. Sir, I will refer to document references as appropriate, so it sounds a bit formal, but this is documented in NLEI 21, which in turn informed the preparation of supplementary planning guidance, or SPG. The Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study aimed to provide an overview of landscape and visual sensitivities across the region and make a recommendation on strategic landscape and visual considerations. It identifies, amongst others, a large topology which includes turbines at being 80 to 100 meters, 150 meters tip height. The landscape charter of the Lowther unit of the Southern Uplands landscape charter type, which contains the development site, is described as generally consistent and homogeneous and of a scale which could relate to the larger typologies, but a distinctive landform often comprising steep, rugged edges to adjacent dales is considered a constraint. Again, this is in North Lowther Energy Initiative document 21 on page 140. Overall, the capacity study concludes that there is no scope for the large development topology within these units. The capacity study was updated in 2016 and again in 2017. This is in core document 6.9. And this finds that there are no areas within Dumfries and Galloway which have potential capacity to accommodate wind farms with turbines in excess of 150 meter tip height.
Sorry for the interruption there. That's the caretakers coming the other door. Ewan, sorry, could you make sure that the mic in the audience is turned up as well? They're struggling to hear. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Van Grieken. Continue.
Design evolution. Design of wind farms is a key mechanism to mitigate landscape and visual effects. The development and issue of design guidance by Scottish Natural Heritage has contributed to improving layouts and the appearance of wind farms. I have been involved from the outset with the design of this scheme, and I have made recommendations to the applicant aimed at avoiding or reducing adverse landscape and visual effects. Placing turbines along ridge lines is a logical response to the topography as advised by SNH guidance in CD 8.3. From key views, such as from Nitsdale and Wanlock Head, the turbines were sited so that ground-level infrastructure will not be visible. Arrays will generally be regularly spaced and stacking will be avoided as much as possible. Scale. Understanding and defining the scale of the landscape is one of the starting points when siting and designing wind farms. The 1998 Landscape Charter Assessment, which is core document 8.18 on pages 174 to 175, states with respect to the Southern Uplands landscape type, this is a large-scale landscape, although there is some confinement between the peaks, and of awe-inspiring scale. The capacity study and its update reconfirm that the landscape as being large-scale. The proposed development is seen within the context of the large-scale hills when viewed from high locations and from further away. In these views, the scale of the hills is readily appreciated. The development is also visible from some smaller-scale landscapes, including from within incised valleys. From these locations, the design strategy has drawn turbines back from the valley horizons. Findings of the assessment. The statement of agreed matters, core document 8.26, concludes in the final paragraph 2.24 that, and I quote, overall it is agreed that the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment and the further environmental information have accurately identified the likely significant landscape and visual effects of the proposal, subject to paragraph 2.6 above. However, the extent and findings of the cumulative assessment have not been agreed. End of quotation. I note that paragraph 2.6 also confirms that the methodology employed in the assessment follows relevant good practice and guidance. I agree with Dr. Wimble that GLVAA 3 is not prescriptive, and that there may be differences in interpretation of this guidance when judging effects. What really matters, though, is whether these different interpretations result in the same or different conclusions. I know that's the case here. Dr. Wimble, Mr. James Welsh and myself are generally coming to the same conclusion regarding significance, extent and nature of effects. I will discuss cumulative effects later. It is clear from the agreed statement, NLEI 15, that there is no difference between us with respect to conclusions of the LVIA and the further environmental information that could materially affect the conclusions that you, Mr. Reporter, will ultimately reach in the planning balance. I will therefore not respond in detail to those minor differences. In this evidence, I will focus on the main differences or disagreements between the parties. It is for you, sir, to assign weight of each of these positions. Cumulative effects. Assessments of potential cumulative effects were undertaken in the environmental statement and updated in the further environmental information 2018. Because more time lapsed since then, an updated cumulative assessment was undertaken in August 2019. Dr. Wimble disagrees with the cumulative assessment in the ES, the further FEI, and contained within the updated CLVIA. In my experience, there are various interpretations as to how to identify cumulative effects. I believe that is the case here. The cumulative landscape and visual impact assessments in the ES, the FEI, and the recent update did not carry out a separate cumulative assessment of introducing NELA and North Louder Energy Initiative in exactly the same environmental conditions as were present in the LVIA. Existing wind farms and those under construction, in my assessment, form part of the baseline of the existing landscape against which I assess the proposed development. I do not undertake an assessment as if none of these wind farms exist, nor do I assess the relationship between the proposed development and existing and under construction wind farms separately, as I have considered these relationships within my LVIA judgments. This is clearly stated in paragraph 6.60 and 6.62 of the ES, which is core document 11. In particular, I draw attention to the last sentence in paragraph 6.62, and I quote, "No cumulative effect does not equate to no effect on the receptor, but that there will be no additional effect in the scenario that is being considered." I did undertake an assessment of cumulative effects of introducing North Louder Energy Initiative into an increasingly speculative baseline. I refer here to Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment version 3 on paragraph 7.13 of core document 8.6 and Scottish Natural Heritage document on page 55 of core document 8.5. The increasingly speculative baselines are scenario 2, which includes existing, those under construction and consented wind farms, and scenario 3 with existing, those under construction, consented wind farms, and with wind farms at application stage. The cumulative assessment needs, in my view, to distinguish between predicted effects in relation to each of the relevant scenarios. I refer here to Scottish Natural Heritage Guidance CD 8.5 again on paragraph 30 and 33. And with a focus on significant effects, in particular those which are likely to influence the outcome of the consenting process. I consider that the approach I have taken is reasonable, proportionate and robust, and will enable making an informed decision with respect to the cumulative position. As I have stated in the updated cumulative assessment, the proposed development contributes to a gradual change from being a landscape with occasional wind farms to become a landscape with wind farms. But it is also my view that the assessment, core document 122, demonstrates that the contribution of the North Louder Energy Initiative to this gradual change is limited. Louder Hills. There has been no strategic approach to the siting of proposed wind farms, and wind farms have emerged largely in the uplands. Wind farms to the south of Nitchdale, to the south of the Douglas Water Valley, and to the east of the River Clyde have formed clusters. The development would not go against this pattern of development, which is one of wind farms located in upland areas. Scottish Natural Heritage states that there would be significant adverse landscape and visual impacts on a key part of the Lowther Hills which makes an important contribution to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape. That was a quote from CD 2.24. The Landscapes of Scotland map, core document 814, divides Scotland into 79 distinct areas, but no analysis has been provided that explains the identification of these areas. Every one of the 79 areas of the landscape on the Landscapes of Scotland map is distinctive and contributes to the variety of Scotland's landscape. Setting of Wanlock Head and Let Hills historic mining villages. There will be some visibility of turbines from within Wanlock Head, but the approach by road to Wanlock Head will have no views of the development. There will be visibility from the Southern Upland Way, the Coffin Road or Drove route, where they pass over high ground. The development will be seen in the context of the heavily modified man-made landscape and the landscape setting of the village, its relationship with the hills, the modified slopes and the mining features will remain. Conclusions. Predicted likely significant landscape and visual effects, including cumulative effects, were identified following best practice guidance. The assessments in the environmental statement, in the further environmental information and in the cumulative update, core documents 1.11 and core document 122, find that some significant landscape and visual and cumulative effects will occur. Significant landscape effects will occur within the site and the immediate surroundings, where the character of the landscape will change. Significant landscape effects are geographically limited up to a maximum distance of 7 kilometers. Significant visual effects are predicted to occur at some viewpoints up to 12.5 kilometers, which is viewpoint 22 Cairn Table, and significant cumulative visual effect up to a distance of 10 kilometers from viewpoint 17 Wing Head. I would further advise that in the methodology that I apply, all moderate effects are considered to be significant. Taking a precautionary approach, I have judged these effects to be adverse, but I would note that not all people will necessarily experience the identified effects as adverse. Significant effects of a development of this nature are not unexpected. When simply comparing the number and geographic spread of likely significant effects that are likely as a result of this proposal with other wind farm proposals of a similar size and scale, then the North Lowther Energy Initiative's effects are indeed limited and contained. I consider that the landscape and visual, including cumulative assessments made in support of the application, are comprehensive and can be relied upon by the decision maker when weighing these findings in the planning balance. Overall, when considering landscape and visual, including cumulative effects, it is my view that this development can be accommodated in this landscape.
Mr Van Grieken, a couple of additional questions for you, if I may. Firstly, could you tell us briefly of your experience in drafting or developing guidance which has relevance to the LVIA, please, as briefly as you reasonably can?
Yes, I've been actively involved in the drafting and overseeing the production of the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, which is CD 8.6. I was on the advisory panel when this was being drafted, which was responsible for the content, and I continue to be chair of that panel. I've also been the lead author of the Residential Visual Amenity Guidance, which has been published by the Landscape Institute, which is particularly geared at assessing potential effect on visual amenity from wind farms. I've also been involved recently with drafting guidance on the visual representation of development proposals, and new guidance which succeeds this shortly has just been published last week on visual representation of development proposals. If you look at page 2 of CD 8.5, which is a 2012 cumulative guidance from SNH, you will see that I contributed to the development of this guidance, and I've recently contributed both in private and publicly in discussion with SNH on repowering guidance. Now, additional point I want to make is that in drafting a lot of this guidance, there has been extensive consultation, not just within the landscape profession, but also with planning experts and with legal profession.
And if I may ask you this, Mr Van Grieken, is it in any way reasonable that such guidance would not have taken into account consultation and responses adverse or positive?
No, I think the key purpose of consultation is that you get an impression of what other people's opinion would be, what they would like to see in the guidance, what their opinion is about what the guidance should say. So consultation is essential.
And what would you think of guidance which has undertaken no public consultation or no consultation?
I would attribute very little weight on that, considerably less weight than guidance that is the subject of extensive consultation.
And so the relevance of your experience, could you just explain that, please, Mr. Van Grieken?
Well, the key point is that we, as landscape professionals, we all have slightly different approaches to undertaking an assessment. And if we, for example, look at the assessments undertaken by Dr. Wimble, his findings of the assessment, Mr. Welsh, in terms of his review and findings of the assessment, and my assessment, if we really drill down, then I would submit that there are actually very few and only subtle differences between our findings. Most of any difference found are the consequence of differences in reporting, the way we describe the effect. There are 2 or 3 occasions where our actual judgment may vary, may be different.
And would that be something to be expected from responsible professionals acting reasonably?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, can I turn from that to the issue of the Harryburn decision, which we were delighted to see and which was issued on Thursday or Friday of last week. Is that so?
Yes. Self-evidently, with the Harryburn scheme being in reasonably close proximity to this proposal, which is before you here, and has been considered in various aspects of the ES and FEI and updated cumulative assessment, it was relevant for me to have a quick look at this.
Well, I hope you've had more than a quick look at it, Mr. Van Grieken.
Yeah,
it's the first point to note that at a stroke, it removes any consideration or concern about cumulative effects with Harryburn and with Harryburn and Clyde.
Harryburn does no longer play a role in cumulative assessment with respect to this scheme, because it is no longer
and is that
an application or consented.
And is that an advantage or a disadvantage to this proposal?
Well, I would suggest it's an advantage to this proposal.
Could you then make comment on any of the detail of the Harryburn decision which may be relevant for present purposes?
Yes, I made a reference to quick. I've obviously looked at this considerable detail, but relevant to having a preparation time of 6 months for the compared with a weekend. That's my reference to quick. I would like to draw your attention, sir, to the fact that contextually, initially, on superficial viewing of the 2 sites, there are similar landscape issues at play. So, for example, both sites are located within the same landscape character type, southern uplands.
Sorry, Mr. Van Grieken, are you reading from
some notes, sir.
A note sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there parties happy with that approach?
Yes, so it's an efficient way of giving evidence, and I'm not at all surprised that he's doing it. Particularly as it's a 145-page document, it would be unfair to expect any witness to remember every bit that they wish to refer to in that document.
So, contextually, there are similarities to the 2 sites. They're both in the same landscape character type. Both sites have actually got valleys on either side. So, in the case of Harryburn, that's the Glen Connor water and the Elven water. And in the case of the North Lowther site, it's the Croix Valley and the Mennock Pass Valley. Now, in the case of Harryburn, the ES confirmed significant landscape character effects on both of those valleys. And they were judged to be significant and adverse. And the reporter actually referred to the effects being dominant. Now, the Mennock Pass Valley lies in the upland and upland glen landscape character type, which is a different character type from the site. Both the valleys referred as on either side of the Harryburn site lie in a different type, different from the southern upland type. If we now go into the detail, we need to assess the effects of the development. In the case of North Lowther, I have made considerable effort in design recommendations to our client to avoid any effect on that, any significant effect on that valley, the Mennock Pass. And the design has indeed been modified to remove those effects, as is evidenced by the response to the revised application as documented in the FEI, whereby concern in respect of the effect on the Mennock Pass was effectively removed by the deletion of turbines 10 to 14 from the original scheme. So as an effect of the site is very different from the effect, the extant effects which were present with respect to Harryburn. Effects on the Croix Valley, there are a limited number of effects on the Croix Valley as a result of this scheme, but they are not of the same magnitude as the effects predicted in the ES on the Harryburn valleys, both of which are in a different landscape character type from the site. In the case of the Croix Valley, it forms part of the southern uplands type. It lies in the same landscape character type. I also would like to draw attention that there's a difference in terms of the site location with respect to its position of...
Just Mr. Van Grieken, just before you go to that, in relation to Harryburn, did you say that the finding of the reporter, or reporters plural I think it was actually, was that the effects on the two valleys was dominant, not just significant,
That's
but
my
dominant?
understanding, yeah, dominant. There's reference to the Harryburn having dominant influence on the valley.
Do you think that characterization could reasonably be applied to any effect that there is from NLEI to the two valleys in question here?
Absolutely not.
And is that partly because of the steps that you have taken to ensure that turbines are moved away from particular
Yes,
locations?
because if you look at the design evolution in the environmental statement and in the further environmental information, it's clear that the design modification to remove turbines 10 to 14 has removed virtually all effects on the Mennock Pass Valley. There are potentially some small areas where you might see it when you drive up from the southwest in the lowest part of the valley. In respect to the Croix Valley, again, the effects are considerably removed because we pulled turbines back from the...
No doubt you'll be asked about the detail of this in cross-examination, and you can explain the precise detail if necessary.
I will certainly try to do so in response to Mr. Finney's questions.
And the next point, please, in relation to the difference between the two sites.
Well, there's reference in the report to the effect on local landscape designations, as I would expect in any report where local designations potentially play a role. Briefly, both sites partly lie within local landscape designation. In the case of Harryburn, it lies within South Lanarkshire, within the Thornhill Uplands, the Lead Hills and Lowther Hills Special Landscape Area, I should say. It's in a different local authority area. And part of NLEI lies within the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area. There's one big difference between the two, though. The geographic extent of the Special Landscape Area is very considerably smaller than the geographic extent of the Thornhills Uplands Regional Scenic Area, which covers a very large tract of the northern part of Dumfries and Galway Council area, compared with the fairly small part covered by the Special Landscape Area.
And in addition, in relation to that, can I just ask you, is there any relevance to the precise location of the two proposals, Harryburn and NLEI, in relation to the areas in question, the landscape designation areas?
Yes, because the North Lowther application has 12 of the total number of turbines located in the RSE. the Harryburn location has its whole development located in the special landscape area. So part of the North Lowther application is not within the regional scenic area, within the locally designated area.
Thank you. Now, so you say there are significant differences when one looks at the detail of the Harryburn decision in comparison with our proposal.
Yeah, and we need to look at the site specifics, and there are considerable differences between the site specific between the two sites and the two locations.
Now, can I ask you to look at another issue, but one which also arises from the Harryburn decision, the distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills. Now, if we can do this, I think, most efficiently, Mr. Van Grieken, by looking at your main inquiry report, where you had in fact anticipated all of this, and could we look, please, at section paragraph 7.9 onwards, page 39 of your inquiry report. Under the heading Distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills.
Just raise a short point, my own friend. Our section 7.9 there seem to be two paragraphs 7.9. The way ours is printed off. I don't know whether that's the same with everyone else's.
Page 39
page
of
39
51.
I have a 7.9. I also have a 7.9 on page 34 of 51.
Well, that's why I said page 39 of 51, paragraph 7.9.
Absolutely. I only raised at this stage. I understand I just want to make sure that our printing off had been correct, was correct. Then I will also give page numbers to the paragraphs in section 7 of Mr. Van Grieken's evidence.
Yeah, thank you. I think from page 37 onwards, it goes from 7.34 and then 7.35 and then reverts to 7.1. So page numbers would be useful.
Indeed, sir. I apologise. Something's gone wrong with the numbering, but that in a sense is why I mentioned the page number to avoid any ambiguity. So page 39, Mr. Van Grieken, deals with this distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills, and this is the point that arises, and no doubt will be questions asked about in cross-examination, particularly about the Landscape of Scotland map. Could I ask you to read out 713 at page 39, dealing with the Landscape of Scotland map, please?
If I renumbered, because I had the same problem, so if I renumber 713, between 2009 and 2011, Scottish Natural Heritage developed the Landscape for Scotland map. This is core document 8.14. This map identifies 79 landscape areas covering Scotland. And paragraph 1 of the background and summary method statement in CD 14 states that place is important to people and the project sought to identify and describe the contribution of Scotland's landscape to this sense of place and cultural identity. Now, if I may continue with the paragraph 2 down further, which is 7:15, the map divides Scotland into 79 distinct areas. And I quote, that have a commonality of character that contribute to and define areas that are wider than the local sense of place, but smaller than broad geographic regions. End of quote. The map appears to have been developed for a number of reasons, including ease of reference to regional areas, monitoring at the regional scale, and for it to raise people's understanding and awareness of the diversity of Scotland's landscape, regional distinctiveness, and the importance of place. Now, elsewhere the document goes on to explain that the Landscape for Scotland map was developed to be a Scottish equivalent, and again I quote, to the broad-scale landscape mapping which is already carried out in other European countries, most directly the Broad map in Wales and the character map of England. And the areas identified aim to be recognizable to those who know the area and and distinct from others, taking into account more tangible and intangible aspects of the sense of place.
Yeah. Could I just ask you to read out 17 and 18 as well, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Van Grieken.
Sorry, Mr. Van Grieken, when you're reading, I know it's difficult. If you could turn toward the mic.
I apologize. I'll move my document and then... Could you remind me the numbers you want me to read out?
717, no external consultation, and the following paragraph.
So, no external consultation was undertaken. No fieldwork was carried out, according to the document itself, and there is no detail about the methodology that was applied, nor any detail with respect to the changes which were made to the draft map and or to the descriptions of each of the areas. And I go on to say that this lack of any clarity and transparency with respect to methodology and the absence of any documented reasoning is in stark contrast with the clearly defined methodology which has been applied by SNH and its consultants when undertaking the program of landscape character assessments.
It may be a planning question, but what weight do you say should attach to such a document in circumstances that you've just outlined?
I don't think we can place much weight on it at all. In respect of it being, there's no clarity in mind to anybody on what ground the different areas have been identified, why boundaries are drawn where they are born, what makes one area different from the next one. All it tells me is that there's 79 areas in Scotland which are different.
Perhaps you can give us more detail of that by reading 725 and 726 at page 41 of this proof, which tells us about the scale as well, which may give us further assistance in understanding this.
I was just going to go on to that because taking us to paragraph 725, as the 79 areas cover all parts of Scotland, they cover that almost like a jigsaw because they've got their own unique space and there's only one of each of them. And as they are location-based rather than landscape character type-based, they will be by definition separate from the next area adjacent to it, and by virtue of having a line drawn around them. This, however, does not necessarily make them more special than the next place, nor more special than they were before they were being mapped as one of the 79 areas. So if I look at area 74, which is the Lowther Hills within which this site is located, this area does not appear in anywhere else in Scotland. But the landscape that makes up this area is actually similar in other parts as in other parts of Scotland, particularly the southern uplands. There are a lot of similarities further east and further west in the southern uplands, which is substantiated by the fact that it's the same landscape character type we can find outside this area 74. All areas within the landscape for Scotland are mapped at 1 to a million scale, and this applies to Area 74, the Lowther Hills. And Area 74 itself includes the Forest of A, the Beat of Hills, part of the M74 corridor to Abington and west, and on the west side to Nithsdale, between Kirkconnell and Thornhill. Most of the Lowther unit consists of southern uplands or southern uplands with forested landscape character type. And I find it therefore perhaps surprising that the Lowther distinct landscape area includes the Nith Valley from approximately 5 kilometres west of Sanquhar to the northern part of Thornhill. That it includes all of the Forest of A within the southeast boundary following the A701 to Moffat, and then generally following the M74 northward to Abington, with the northern boundary running east to west south of Crawfordjohn.
Just stopping you there, Mr. Van Grieken, if I can just ask a very simplistic question. What do you make of a landscape document at a scale of 1 to a million, and what weight should we attach to that when one is concerned with precise areas and boundaries?
Well, it's indicative. Boundaries cannot be drawn precisely at that scale. The thickness of the pencil line might but represent in some instance geographic features.
At a scale of
At
1
a
to
scale
million.
of 1 to a million. So the indicative boundaries. And defining those more clearly, or using them in any way, we need to have a much clearer idea on what basis any boundary would be drawn in the first place.
Can I take you to 730 at page 41, please?
So turning now to the description of areas, Area 74, the Lowther Hills, is described in the document as, and I quote, a small but dramatic range of smoothly domed hills incised by deep glens. The steep slopes interweave to enclose narrow passes which run northeast to southwest, following the grain of the land. There are some forestry plantations, although the hills are largely bare of trees. Hill farming is mostly limited to sheep grazing, old mines, some dating from very early times, and spoil heaps have left traces of past settlement and industrial use. These include some prehistoric and Roman remains in the uplands. Small towns and villages are located in the glens along the roads, except for the distinctive mining villages of Lead Hills and Wanlock Head, which are at a higher elevation. Now, when I look at that's an indicative description of Area 74. But features that are found within this Area 74 that are not found in other areas, in the description of other areas, particularly in areas immediately adjacent, such as the Galloway Hills area, which is Area 73, the Ettrick and Moffat Hills Valley, which is Area 70, or the Lammermuir and Morford Area 73. So features that are in 74, but not in those three units that I just mentioned, include deep glens, old mines, and traces of industrial use in the mining villages of Wanlock Head and Lead Hills. Now, the combination of these features, I say in my inquiry report, can perhaps be taken as what sets the Lowther Hills apart from the other parts of the southern uplands. Although there are deep glens elsewhere in the southern uplands, and mining has not only occurred in the Lead Hills area, there is mining in other areas too. And the detailed design process for the wind farm took particular account of views from the mining villages of Wanlock Head and Lead Hills. Because there will be no visibility from Lead Hills, and from Wanlock Head, the design that we have pursued has ensured that there are no hubs of turbines visible from Wanlock Head, from the center of the settlement, because we withdrew turbines back from the positions where that might have been the case. And this has reduced the visual effect on views from the settlement compared with, for example, the scoping layout, which was tested at that stage and is shown in the environmental statement in the design evolution section. So the overall visual effect in views from Wanlock Head has substantially reduced as a result of design modification, even though there are some residual effects from locations which have been judged to be significant, as you know. And views from the deep glen of Mennock Pass, of course, were affected by the turbines that were subsequently removed on the scheme. I've previously referred to that.
Thank you. Finally, on this document, 735 at page 42.
The Scottish Natural Heritage Landscape of Scotland map is based on a combination of landscape character and geography, with no areas occurring more than once. It's my jigsaw analogy. The 79 areas cover all parts of Scotland and identified by location. Being inclusive of all parts of Scotland, there is no indication of which of any areas are more distinguishable, more distinctive, or of more value than others. All 79 areas of the landscapes of Scotland map are therefore distinctive in the context of this map and the document. All contribute to the variety of Scotland's landscapes. But when analysing landscape character, the 74 area Lowther Hill has much in common with other parts of the southern uplands, and in that sense is not distinctive.
Fine. Thank you very much, Mr Van Grieken. No further questions. Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Mr Van Grieken. Now, it's 11:30. I think we've had a short break. If parties are happy, I suggest that we continue until lunch. Is that agreeable? Yep. Mr Finlay, I'm in your hands so much as in when we take that lunch break. Could you find a convenient point? I would suggest 12:15, 12:30 to take a break.
Yes. To make sense of this morning, probably closer to 12:30. But I'll, if I forget, get carried away, no doubt others will remind me. Just, morning, Mr Van Grieken. Just a minor point, lest I forget it. In your precognition, at 1.6, you said that the Dumfries and Galloway wind land capacity WLCS 2017 finds there are no areas in Dumfries and Galloway which have a potential capacity to accommodate wind farms with turbines in excess of 100 metres to tip. That's actually inaccurate, isn't it? Not that it relates to this area, but it does identify Eskdale Muir as an area which could accommodate, or parts of which could accommodate such turbines. If you look at CD 6.9, Unit 19A, so 150 to 200 metre turbines. CD 6.9, you'll see the map of the areas at page 345. And then if you follow through from, say, pages 349 onto 353, and, for instance, if you look at 353 itself, under landscape values for very large turbines, there is some scope to locate wind farm development in the eastern part of the Ken unit, etc. If you go back to landscape context, for instance, page 351, there is some scope for this typology to be sited within the interior of the extensive Eskdale Muir unit.
Right, I think you said 100 metres. Do you mean 150? 150 to 200, thanks.
You are correct in that point.
Were you aware of that when you wrote your precognition, or is it just a simple oversight?
It's an oversight.
Just dealing with some of the additional question, or something you read out in terms of your additional question. You said that there was a lack of clarity and transparency in production of the landscape of Scotland map. Were you aware of CD 8.13, 15, my apologies, which is describes itself as a background and summary method statement for it?
I was.
It's a short point, so the reporter can record that when you say that there is no detail about methodology applied, that was made in notwithstanding the document CD 815. Yes, of course.
CD 815 sets out what was done.
Yes, so it's not accurate to say there is no detail about the methodology applied, nor any detail, and say there's a lack of any clarity or transparency, is there? I mean, there may be, you may consider it to be inadequate, but to say there's no clarity or transparency is overstating it, isn't it?
I don't think it's transparent if areas are identified without consultation, in a closed room, without site fieldwork notes, and it's in stark contrast with SNH's program for landscape character assessments, which has been very successful, which has been on an established methodology laid down in landscape character assessment guidance, and has been followed by Scottish Natural Heritage and its consultants have been undertaking that assessment. There is many steps different from describing, drawing lines around 79 areas.
I know that's your point, Mr. Van Grieken, but you just stand back from the case you're trying to advocate for the moment and just consider what you've written in those paragraphs and ask you, as a matter of fairness, whether you don't think you should reflect on what you said and ameliorate some of your criticism in the light of CD 815.
Which paragraph?
Paragraphs 717 and 718 on page 40.
So it's entirely a matter for you, but in fact, Mr. Van Grieken deals with this very issue at paragraph 716, if that assists my learned friend.
Again, page 35?
Page 40, sir, of his report. He deals with precisely this document.
Not suggesting he doesn't deal with it, but I'm sure Mr. Van Grieken will be content with that helpful answer. But for instance, if you look at paragraph 10 of that document, it sets out the steps by which it was taken. And I repeat again that the lack of transparency and clarity with respect to methodology is clearly a criticism too far.
The document that you refer to, CD 815, indeed sets out steps 1, pilot study, step 2, creating a draft unit map. Deciding an approach, I can't see where the approach is further detailed, creating the draft map, cross-checking the boundaries, drafting the descriptions, internal consultation, no external consultation, defining the quality of live unit map and description, and wider discussion and validation, but not wider discussion with other landscape professionals outside the...
Mr. Van Grieken, that's not the question I asked you. I didn't ask you about external consultation. I asked you about clarity and transparency with respect to methodology. So if you'd like to just concentrate on the question I asked you, not the consultation. I know you have a point you wish to make, but if you perhaps put that to one side for a moment and just answer the question.
What SNH has done is set out in this paragraph. How they went about it is set out in this paragraph. If you wish to call it clarity of approach, as far as it goes, that is clear.
And then, just to put this in context, well, let me ask you, is it your understanding that simply because the SNH's case is simply because that this is a distinct area and there's an impact on it, that's what's given rise to their objection?
No.
Because if you turn to, and we'll come on to this no doubt later, CD 8.25, page it's almost the third last page in that document. CD 8.25, and it is page 8 of 10, electronic. It should have a box which says a landscape that makes a significant contribution. It's got page 4 of 10 at the bottom, but it's electronically page 8 of 10.
Apologies, Mr. Finney, I'm trying to find the document.
Okay.
25.
Good start.
I suggest you change your glamorous assistant, Mr. Mangrove.
Sorry?
I suggest you change your glamorous assistant.
There we go. I've got 8.25.
I think the easiest way to navigate, if you go to 3 pages from the end. Depending whether it's double-sided or not, it might be 1 or 2 pages of
Yeah,
document.
it starts with
You should-
paragraph 2.8.
You have page 4 of 10 at the bottom.
Oh, no, that's page 4.
4 of 10, and hopefully you have, it's a half blank page, but above the, no you don't.
Oh, I got it. Sorry, I had the wrong. Page 4 of 10, yeah.
Great. You see a landscape that makes a significant contribution to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape, and hopefully you'll remember that that's the basis on which SNH founded its objection.
Yes.
And then if we look to the left, to the right, there's currently no inventory of Scotland's regional landscapes, although SNH has mapped and described them, and we use this work as a context for and to inform judgments of the application of this criterion. So that the Landscapes for Scotland map is primarily there to provide context. Is that how you understood it?
It does provide context, but if I may draw an analogy, there is no single wind farm anywhere in Scotland that does not lie in one of those 79 areas.
Absolutely, and as you already agreed to me, it's not simply, you understood the objection didn't arise simply because it lay within one of those areas. What this is saying is that the objection is if there is as the last paragraph says, gives a number of examples. If you have, for instance, and I'll just take the first one, very large proposals with extensive significant impacts on landscape character, in respect of a landscape that makes a significant contribution, that will give rise to an objection. They're not saying every wind farm everywhere will give rise to an objection. In what this document is saying is that the Landscapes of Scotland map is simply there to provide context. And my question to you, Mr. Van Grieken, given the emphasis you've placed on this, both in your report and your evidence in chief, is whether that's how you understood it.
I understood it as I set out in my inquiry statement. There has been considerable weight attached that this particular site is located in a landscape of distinctiveness, which is by that reference of national importance. I don't see that national importance. It's not within a nationally designated area. It is not more distinctive than any other of the 79 areas. And therefore...
Van Grieken, I think your very answer...
I think the answer had been finished, actually.
And I think we need to really consider how much weight is given by SNH to what they call the distinctiveness. There's a lot of references, repetitive reference to the distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills being of such importance that they become of national interest. And I can't find any evidence on which that is based, a reference to this map or the description of this map. And I set out that there are methodologies whereby we can very clearly identify differences in landscape based on characterization, value, description, sense of place, etc. if you were to look at the national character map of England, for example, we can look up a detailed description on which those character areas are based.
Mr. Van Grieken, your answer demonstrates a misunderstanding of SNH's position, which I think is fairly clearly set out. It's not because the wind farm falls within an area that is of itself contributes to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape. There has to be a judgment entertained, such as if you go to the recent Harryburn decision, a judgment that the reporters and Scottish ministers agreed with. If you go to paragraph 3.154, they put it very clearly. They say, we understand that Landscapes for Scotland makes no value judgments or statements about protection.
Sorry, paragraph?
3.154.
Okay.
So they make it clear that the Landscapes for Scotland map makes no value judgments or statements about protection. We appreciate that any conclusion on distinctiveness is not comparable to the protection which one might apply to an NSA or an area of wild land. However, the description signals those elements in the regional landscape that make it distinctive. Then we share the view of Scottish natural heritage, the Council and third parties, that the characteristics of smooth domed hills, incised glens, narrow passes, past mining activity and settlement, and distinctive upland villages of the Lead Hills and Wanlock Head are all important elements of that regionally and indeed nationally distinctive character. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I think the decision here makes a judgment, weighing up I agree that the Landscape for Scotland makes no value judgment or statements about protection. Protection of landscapes through landscape designation has a hierarchy which is particularly aimed at protection. For example, national scenic area deserve the highest level of protection. Landscape for Scotland makes no value judgment in that respect. And it says that in the next sentence, we appreciate that any conclusion on distinctiveness is not comparable to the protection which might apply to an NSA or an area of wild land. Then it goes on to say that there is a signaling of those elements of the regional landscape that make it distinctive. Now, I have already referred to that I can only find 3 elements which make it notably different, in that sense distinctive, from other adjacent areas. And there are similarities crossing the boundary of Area 74 and the adjacent areas.
Sorry if I could interrupt. I think the questioning here is quite black and white to me. You know, is it a contextual document? Doesn't make a value judgment. I think you've answered those two now. Mr. Finlay.
Yeah, my question was whether you agree with the view expressed in this paragraph, and particularly the last sentence.
Contextually, yes. In terms of the site specifics, I think there are very different considerations to be applied.
You'll be aware that Dr. Wimble was giving evidence and that the reporters at Harryburn were considering the same core area of the Lowther Hills that Dr. Wimble promotes at this inquiry. Are you aware of that?
I was at that inquiry, yes. I attended the session at which Dr. Wimble gave evidence.
If there is indeed a core area properly identified by Dr. Wimble, there's no doubt that North Lowther lies within it, is there?
If the core area were described as including North Lowther, then it would lie within it.
No, Mr. Van Grieken, just try and be sensible. We know the core area that Dr. Wimble has advocated at this inquiry, and you've accepted he advocated exactly the same one at Harryburn. He was the witness for SNH and South Lanarkshire Council. And he identified a core area. Now, you may disagree. I think you and Mr. Welsh both disagree that there's anything particularly distinctive about that area. But if that core area is accepted, that there is such a thing as a core area which exhibits those qualities, for instance, as identified in the last sentence of paragraph 3.154, and Harryburn lies within it, there's no doubt that North Lowther lies within it too.
If the area within which Harryburn and North Lowther can be described as the core area of the Area 74, which is considerably, then you would be correct. But where can I find a description that identifies the core area representative of that Area 74, which includes the Forest of A, which is quite different in its aspect, which includes part of the Nith Valley and which includes part of the M74 corridor?
If you want to know why SNH objected and considered that there was a impact on the landscape, you need look no further than their letter of objection. But you could confirm that, as far as I'm aware in your evidence, you have not analysed specifically or subjected that letter of objection to detailed criticism, have you?
Of course I've considered the letter of objection.
It's not a question I put to you, Mr. Van Grieken. We're going to take a long time cross-examination if you persist in ignoring the question. Of course you've had regard to it. Of course you've dealt with issues in it. But you have not analysed or subjected that letter to detailed criticism, have you?
Well, may I go to the letter, please?
Yes, it's CD, I think it's potentially misnumbered, but it's CD 224. Sets out in 2 pages why the area around the villages of Wanlock Head and Lead Hills are considered to make a significant contribution to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape, and it's important to keep them free. And they then set out in 2 pages, pages 2 and 3 of that document, before going on to give further advice as to why they do that.
Could I just check that document reference, please?
Yes, it's CD, in the document list, I think it's CD 224, but there may be a mistake in the printed version. It may come over as CD 223.
The important bit is the date, so I've got 6th of October 2017.
Yes, 6th of October 2017. I did notice when looking through the public set that I think that something's gone wrong with the numbering in the printed version. So it's either CD 223 or 224, but electronically it's 224. Yes, absolutely, but I think in the actual bundle it may be 223.
Yeah.
The question, Mr. Van Grieken, is not about the contents of the document itself. The question is, where have you analysed that in detail and critiqued it in your evidence, if anywhere?
I have commented on the fact that there are, on the effect of lead hills and Wannock Head, which is one of the, I'm reading from page 2 of the document referring to the SNH document. I've commented on the effect of North Lowther on the village of Lead Hills and Wannock Head. So I've analysed those effects. I've commented on the landscape character effects. I have commented in respect of my view whether the influence is dominating or not. I've commented on the height of the hills. I've commented on the fact that they are large scale.
Consider that this is an area, the core area that Dr. Wimble's identified, they identified slightly differently, but more or less the same, as worthy of protection, with which the reporters at Harryburn agreed.
I have no reference in my document which says I have analysed the letter, but I have most certainly responded to all the points raised in the letter.
Because the letter and those 2 pages set out why it is this area, give SNH's explanation as to why they consider this area as distinctive and worthy of protection, and that's what Dr. Wimble has sought to support it by his evidence at this inquiry, and as he did at the Harryburn inquiry, which led to the finding in paragraph 3.154. And I would like to take you back to that paragraph. Do you agree with the last sentence?
Paragraph
3.154. Yes or no?
Last sentence, which
the last sentence of paragraph 3.154 of the Harryburn decision, which is CD 752.
I agree that the characteristic of the smoothly domed hills, incised glen, narrow passages, past mining activity and settlement, and the distinctive upland villages of Lead Hills and Wannock Head are all important elements of that regional landscape. I don't see how I can translate that into national distinctive, and I've explained that to you. I've tried to explain.
I'm not asking you for your explanation. I just asked you whether you agreed, and as I understand, you don't agree that it gives rise or elements of a nationally distinctive character. So we have it that you disagree with the reporters and Scottish ministers in that regard.
No, I don't disagree with Scottish ministers. It's not my role to disagree with Scottish ministers, or agree for that matter, because the Scottish ministers draw a balance, of course.
No, the reporters have reached a judgment here, which Scottish ministers indicated they accepted for the same reasons. Their decision to grant permission was for the same reasons as the reporters gave. There's a judgment being made in whether that is a nationally distinctive character, and I understand you disagree with that. Do I understand that correctly?
Do I think that this particular area of the Lowther Hills is a national distinctive character? I don't think so.
Okay. And then if we go on to paragraph 3.156, our conclusion is that this remains an area where wind turbines are a subordinate rather than prominent feature. It appears to us that the relative value of this area is derived not only from its distinctive characteristics, which mirror those in the special landscape area and are reflected in landscapes for Scotland, but also the fact that the distinctive area remains relatively undisturbed from modern influences. Do you agree with that the distinctive area remains relatively undisturbed from modern influences?
Well, evidently the Harryburn site is free from modern structures in the terms of wind energy structures. It is not completely free from modern structures because, as we know, West Lowther has radar mass on it, and we've got the dome on Lowther itself. If I take this area as being slightly wider than the Harryburn site.
Well, it's the area. It's not the site they're talking about. It's the area.
Yeah, the area.
And we know what the area is because that's the area that Dr. Wimble was advancing to that inquiry and to this inquiry.
The area is currently subordinate. Wind turbines are subordinate rather than prominent.
I'm sorry, just for my own clarification from this side, you're describing a core area that Dr. Wimble mentions.
Yes.
Now, are you talking about a mapped area that he refers to, or are you talking about a written description of the area? Just so that we're all clear what we're talking about.
It's both. It's DS1 in his current evidence, and that's the same. Sorry, I should have referred you to that, but because I know Mr. Van Grieken had been at the inquiry, the map at DS1 was the same map as at Harryburn. So that was DS1 encapsulates the area that Dr. Wimble described at Harryburn and will be describing to you in due course as to the core area.
Okay, this is one approximate area where distinctive characteristics and features are most clearly expressed.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Van Grieken, I had asked you a question about paragraph 3.156, particularly whether you agreed that the distinctive area remains relatively undisturbed from modern influences. That distinctive area includes North Lowther. Do you agree that or not?
The North Lowther area, the site area, the area between Mennock Pass and Croydon Wood.
No, Mr. Van Grieken, persist in trying to misunderstand me if you want. The distinctive area that the reporters are talking about here is the area that was being advanced by SNH and other parties, and particularly through Dr. Wimble at the inquiry, which is set out on DS1.
The area between the eastern part of the Nith Valley, east of where the turbines are of the associated with the proposed pumped storage scheme. The name escapes me at the moment. There's two turbines at the moment on the east
Sunny side.
Yeah, on the east side of the Nith Valley, going across easterly direction to where we meet Clyde, and accepting Lowther Hill because it has modern features on it. It's generally free from modern features. Absolutely.
Thank you. And then if we turn lastly on this point to I think it's lastly.
Glen Mucklock was those turbines that referred to.
If you turn to paragraph 9.6.
9.6 of the...
Yes, I'm going to take 9.6 and 9.16 together. It's in the reporter's overall conclusions. First of all, 9.6. They say there would be an erosion of the distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills, both in terms of the special landscape area and the regional contribution of this area to Scotland's landscape. And then if you go over the page to 9.16, where they bullet point, if you go to the third last bullet point, they say the proposal for a commercial scale wind farm would lead to unacceptable loss of character and regional distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills. Now, do you agree with, first of all, with that conclusion in respect of Harryburn?
I can neither agree nor disagree because it's not my role to judge whether it's an unacceptable or acceptable loss of character or qualities for that matter. That's a planning question.
Okay. Well then, I accept that because you don't deal with acceptability, unlike Mr. Welsh. But if you go back to 9.6, do you agree there would be an erosion of the distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills?
I agree with the fact that there would be an erosion of the distinctiveness of that site within the Lowther Hills, not of the Lowther Hills in its totality.
That's not what they're saying, though, is it?
No, it's not what I'm saying, but you asked me if I agree with that particular point.
And you don't?
I don't agree that it affects the whole Lowther Hills. It does affect that site, and I've explained in my evidence in chief why I think there's a difference between those sites.
Thank you. Let's move away from that decision and the SNH position and go back to the start of your evidence. And I want to look at Chapter 3 to begin with, please. The report. So I don't think I've got any further references to the precognition. So
Chapter 3 of my inquiry report.
yes.
Okay. I have that in front of me.
Thank you. Now, as I understand it, this in a sense explains your approach to and your philosophy of approach to the design and development of the North Lowther Energy Initiative, as you set out in paragraph 3.5. I've added the words philosophy, but that's as I understand it.
I say that design and advice is an important consideration in developing any wind farm. Yeah.
And did what you set out in this chapter also influence your approach to the your involvement in the environmental impact assessment and the further environmental assessment?
Yes, because I recommended that turbines 10 to 14 should be removed from the development.
No, that's jumping ahead a stage. I want to make sure quite clear you've understood the question, Mr. Van Grieken. Did the approach you set out in Chapter 3, which we'll come on to look at in some detail, also influence the judgments you made in the environmental impact assessment and the further impact assessment?
No, that was a separate step. You have a scheme. In this case, we had a scheme for which an ES and therefore a landscape and visual impact assessment was prepared. We made recommendations. We made recommendations to further remove environmental effects, particularly in response to the concern expressed in the Mallet Pass.
Mr. Van Grieken, sorry, we're on a different wavelength, I'm afraid. And it may be my mistake, so I shall try and put the question more clearly. I'm not concerned about the change between the initial proposal and the dropping of the turbines over the Mennet Pass. That's a detail which I'll come back to. What I'm concerned about now is that I think you've agreed that this chapter sets out your philosophy of approach. And it says the approach followed during the design and development of the NAEI. What I wanted you to confirm clearly is that did you have this approach in mind when you undertook the judgments and assessment that you undertook in the environment, firstly in the environmental impact assessment?
I think I understand the question. I don't think you can separate the approach to design, the approach to how I advise a developer in terms of what they may wish to do in order to avoid adverse effects on landscape and to mitigate potential effects on landscape. That's a continuous cycle of assessment as well as advice. So on the basis of assessment, we might give recommendations to modify the scheme.
No, you're again jumping ahead, Mr. Van Grieken. I'm not talking about modification of the scheme. Have you followed, perhaps it's easier to say, have you followed the same approach throughout? Thank you. And is that approach, and you're set out in this chapter? Is your approach, your philosophy of approach, set out in this chapter?
By stating that there are important design considerations, and I list some of the design considerations in this chapter, by following those design considerations, I have followed that approach, yeah.
Thank you. If we go to paragraph 3 point, just to look through this chapter, you start off with a, if you like, a historical overview of the guidance. At paragraph 3.8, you look at the first substantive guidance produced by SNH, published some 18 years ago. Just, if you go on from there, at paragraph 314, and I've set that context, that this is a comment in that historical context. You say the main aspects of this policy statement, and this is referring back to a statement you've referenced in paragraph 313, with respect to landscape character, directs development to areas where landscape is already developed and where changes in landscape character can be accommodated or accepted. And then this sentence. It also promotes one or more locations for very large wind farms. Do you consider NLEI a very large wind farm? I'm just trying to see the relevance of that comment. So is NLEI a very large wind farm in the sense you were using there?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Then you refer to your Winds of Change document at paragraph 315. Has that been peer reviewed?
No, it has not. But it's published.
No, that's fine. And have its conclusions been endorsed in any decision by Scottish ministers?
I'm not aware of any decision of Scottish ministers that refers to my article, or our article, Wind of Change, so the answer is no.
Okay. And if you go over the page to 325 and 326, you're here talking about a consultation exercise on the 2008-2009 SNH Designing Wind Farms in the Landscape. And you say at 326, we queried the ability of fitting turbines in any landscape. And you say in 325 you submitted a response which reinforced your views in the article Winds of Change. Did you find those, or do we find the views you express in the article Wind of Change, or your consultation response, borne out in the published version, i.e. the final version? Because as I understand it, SNH advice is still about fitting turbines into landscape.
What I'm trying to explain in this section, and it started off with the reference to the Wind of Change, that ever since I've been involved with wind energy development, I have tried to contribute positively to the description, creation of guidance, and making both the development potentially possible, because that's in response to strong policy from Scottish Government and strong targets, and to avoid unnecessary or avoidable effects on landscape. And I've raised the issues that are relevant that should be considered. And I set those out.
Perhaps you'd answer the question, which whether your querying of the ability of fitting turbines into the landscape and your views in the Winds of Change article found their way into the substantive document or not. Because I'd suggest to you they didn't.
No, they didn't. But if we ask the question, do modern turbines of a 150 and in future currently higher readily fit in any landscape, I would have serious questions about that. Because there are structures of a scale and height which we don't find in our landscape generally. So we need to design with those, recognizing that it's not like fitting a house. And dealing with a turbine of 50 meters is completely different.
I've read your inquiry report. I understand the point
Apology.
you're making. You've clearly answered the question that Mr. Finley's asked, so I'll ask Mr. Finley to move on.
Thank you. I agree with you. If we go on to 332 and 333, this is guidance about multiple schemes, and it seems to me here that you're challenging SNH's guidance in that respect. Do I understand that correctly?
It's not my intention to challenge SNH's guidance, but I do think that sometimes, and in this case particularly, SNH guidance might be slightly behind the curve, I would say. It's trying to catch up with what's happening. Even last week we had new targets confirmed by Scottish Government. There's no guidance yet how to refer to that, and that's what I refer to. We have continuous raising of the bar, which requires changes in our guidance, and that is not happening.
Well, that's a point I'll come back to, but do you not accept that guidance on targets and the like should have no impact on landscape impact assessment? The assessment of impact should not change whether with the changes in policy.
Guidance needs to respond to the requirement to meet policy objectives, or to meet them in the best possible way.
Put it to you again, Mr. Van Grieken, it's an important point. Do you not accept that assessment of landscape impact should not be dependent, the extent of landscape impact, the magnitude of landscape impact, is not dependent upon the policy input as to whether there's a wind farm energy crisis or the extent of encouragement for wind farms in policy. It should be dependent entirely upon the objective, so far as possible, assessment of the impact of those turbines that you're considering.
I understand your point, Mr. Finley, but if we look at all the landscape character assessment across Scotland, and I've looked at all of them, I think there's 22 or 23, I can't find any landscape character assessment which gives ready advice in terms of areas which are suitable of very tall turbines. You've taken me to Estelmuir. There may be one or two more which refer to the potential possibility that taller turbines are in the landscape. So what is left to me is that these reports give a relative sensitivity of the landscape, but nothing more.
Yep. I understand that what you've said, Mr. Van Grieken, but the question, I think, is quite relevant as well, is did you or have you taken account of these energy targets when you're assessing in terms of an LVIA approach, or were your objective?
No, I don't take account of the target in assessment.
Well, let's just look at that. You refer to it at 333. You say in the last sentence, I'm going to put 4 paragraphs to you, irrespective of the type of development, for example, housing or wind farms, the eventual limit must somehow relate to eventual need or demand, and that is ultimately a policy decision. If you go on, I'm going to put all 4, try and deal with them reasonably swiftly. If you go on to paragraph 345, in the context of a claim that SNH guidance is increasingly difficult to apply, at the end, 3 sentences from the end, you say, coupled to this growth, a policy-driven increase in renewable energy targets is set by local government. This leads to Scottish Government. This leads to increased development pressure and the need for more and larger sites. And then in your conclusion section, you talk about strong, in 356, you talk about strong policy support for onshore wind energy development. And in 359, you talk about increasing renewable energy targets leading to increased development pressure. If that is not relevant to the assessment of landscape impact and design, then why is it consistently and repeatedly referred to in your philosophy of approach?
It's not relevant to the assessment. I assess the effect using landscape and visual impact assessment methods. It is a consideration for the decision maker when weighing those effects in the balance, in my view.
But you're giving evidence as a landscape witness, not as a policy witness. The acceptability or otherwise are matters for Mr. Bell.
Yes.
So why have you strayed out of landscape matters and consider it's appropriate for you to be advising the reporter and through him Scottish ministers on policy matters?
I'm trying to help the reporter by understanding that there will be there are increasing effects on landscape. We've seen the increase in number of wind farms. We've seen areas that 10 years ago we described as being undesirable being developed. We see a pattern emerging, and that is strong pressure. And I try and articulate that from a landscape point of view.
Because, well, I hear your answer and I can comment on that in closing, Mr. Van Grieken. But coming back to 332 and 333, in terms of the size of wind turbine proposed in this instance, are you suggesting that the SNH guidance on siting and design is difficult to apply?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Thank you.
In fact, I refer elsewhere in the fact that it follows some of the guidance which was promoted by SNH and was in fact first produced by my colleague Beatrice and myself at the Clyde development, which is quoted in the appendix to PAN 45.
Okay, and let me just see, because I may have misunderstood what you were trying to say here. Paragraphs 343 to 345, you're looking at SNH guidance on scale, size and scale. And in 345, you say, I would suggest that adhering to SNH guidance has become increasingly difficult. Are you saying that that difficulty applies in this case or not?
No, because I say that in this case, the scale of the landscape is suitable for this scale of turbine.
No, it's applying the guidance as becoming difficult. Are you saying that it's difficult to apply SNH's guidance in this case?
No, it's not difficult in this case, but you need to read on in that paragraph. I refer to taller turbines.
Well, I just wanted to know its relevance to this case. I don't need to then ask you about taller turbines, because we're not discussing the taller turbines here.
That is not relevant in this case, but the guidance is still relevant, and the guidance is consistent with guidance that I consider to being promoted by SNH.
So,
following the ridge lines.
Understand that, Mr. Van Grieken, but if it's not relevant to this case, why is it in this report at such length?
Because from a landscape and visual point of view, it is my view that it would help the reporter, the decision maker, to understand the context within which guidance is prepared in landscape and visual on the design of wind farms, and how this has evolved in time and in substance, and how it may continue to evolve. That gives a more informed, in my opinion, information than simply assessment.
Well, make of that what we will. If you then turn on to 347, you deal with spatial planning, and you say at 355, it's increasingly clear that parts of the guidance and many landscape sensitivity and capacity assessments are not keeping up with the continuing evolution. Do you accept that Dumfries and Galloway's capacity assessment in this regard has kept up with that evolution? It deals with very tall turbines, 150 to 200 metres, I'm not sure if that's the correct description it uses, and tall turbines up to 150 metres and smaller versions as well in the wind capacity study.
Makes reference to those, like you...
So it has kept up with that growth increase in size, has it not?
Not in terms of helping me to identify which areas strategically are suitable for that.
Sorry,
hasn't given me any guidance whether there is substantial scope for using those type of turbines, or specific guidance in terms of how to design with taller turbines.
Not sure that's the
refers
capacity study, but it's certainly identified an area in which it's considered that they may be suitable.
It is identified in the SMU area, like the...
And the other criticism that you make elsewhere in your, I think in the EIA, is that the wind capacity studies don't accept that all wind farms will have, to a lesser or greater extent, significant impacts. Do you accept that this wind capacity study takes that on board?
It acknowledges that there will be significant effects
from any wind turbine, any wind farm?
From wind farms, yes.
Okay. So that's not a criticism that can be levied at the current version of the Dumfries and Galloway wind capacity.
I'm not levelling that particular point as a criticism.
You were in the EIA, and I can take you to the paragraphs if you wish me to do so. But that may be into a previous version, but the current version accepts that. Okay. And then your overall conclusion at 362, about SNH's guidance being helpful but not having kept pace, just say again that the reporter and the Scottish ministers are clear. You accept that whether that is or is not the case, it's of no particular relevance to this inquiry because the guidance can be applied to turbines up to 150 metres height.
Yeah, in general terms, that's right.
Just a couple of points, and then those are very helpful because it may be, I think I may have misunderstood the import of your Section 3, and there's no need to ask a number of other questions I had following that, given your clear answers as to relevance in this case. I just have a couple of queries now about the matters of detail. Could you go to, I think it's CD 1.11, which is the written statement for the FEI. And the FEI. And it's chapter 2, page 2, which has at the top of the page a FEI table 2.1. Yeah. If you think the difficulties with documents are bad at the moment, they're going to get worse after lunch, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
I'm grateful for you warning.
It's not a paragraph, it's page 2.2, it's a table 2.1. So, summary of Section 36 consultation responses. And simply a query, if you look down under S&H and the third entry, which is the 6th October 2017 entry, which is the objection to the perceived significant adverse landscape and visual impacts on part of the Lowther Hills, it's your summary. If you go to action taken, the third entry under action taken says a standalone document accompanies this FEI and provides a response to S&H concerns. I've been unable to identify such a document responding to landscape concerns. Is there such a document?
Not lodged before this inquiry specific landscape. There's a response from, in general, which includes the landscape response.
Was it lodged as part of the accompanying the FEI?
Not that I'm aware. The landscape report, landscape advice that we submitted to our client, to NLEI.
So that rather suggests there's a public document which accompanies the FEI, which provides a response to SNH on its landscape objection. I'm simply, and it may be that I'm very happy for you to speak to people over lunchtime, if necessary, but I'm just simply seeking to identify it at the moment.
Right, okay. I'll check that out.
And sorry, if I can, just a matter on design, if I can take you back to the environmental statement, just looking at, had a question about the design iterations. And if you go to, so that's CD 1.1, and the introductory question is by electronic page 42 of 400, which is the last page of chapter 3, I believe, which gives the design evolution. Just to set the context, and then there's a specific question which follows it.
Could you repeat the paragraph or the page number?
See if I can find the page number. I think maybe page 36.
Oh,
so there are three.
Table.
Yeah, there are three layout drawings.
You're referring to figure 3.1?
Yes.
Okay, I've got that.
Sorry, my apologies. That would have been a much easier reference to give you. The first layout we can see includes turbines stretching almost to the M74 and includes turbines on the Harburn site.
Yeah.
Were they in different landowners?
I don't know.
And how realistic was that ever as a potential wind farm?
I can't comment how realistic it was. It's not unusual for the start of a process to have an extensive area potentially considered for development. In my experience, that is quite common.
So if we go back to the table 3.1, which is 2 pages earlier.
Yeah.
It says in the right-hand column under layout 1, it does say turbines located within a number of ownerships straddling the boundary of Dumfries and Galloway in South Lanarkshire areas. If we turn to the description for layout 2, which removed all the turbines to the east, if you like, of One Lock Head, the reason for that given would appear to be there was a reduction in turbines, an increase in height, gone up to 160 metres, turbines removed from SBA, and then turbines removed from land to the north, east and south of Lead Hills to avoid visibility from properties in Lead Hills village.
Yeah.
So all those turbines, or not necessarily all of them, but a lot of turbines are reduced to avoid visibility from properties in Lead Hill. If that was such a design restriction, why is there's no similar approach taken to properties in One Lock Head?
Such an approach has been taken because the design has been modified to reduce effects on views from properties in One Lock Head.
Not to remove, to avoid visibility. That has not
hasn't
been
removed,
done.
It has not removed all visibility.
Why is there a difference in approach between the visibility in Lead Hills and the visibility to One Lock Head?
Because in the end of ultimately the promoter or the developer has to make a judgment whether they wish to proceed with a scheme based on advice given by its consultant. And it will be a balance. I refer to the fact that in development of a scheme, there is often compromise required between, for example, the amount of energy yield, which is the ambition is to increase yield as much as possible, tends to be, but then that might be going against limiting landscape and visual effect or ecological effect. So a balance has to be struck by the developer, not by me, as to what scheme the developer wishes to take in the planning system. And that's what happened here, taking account of advice given by myself and others.
Well, it would appear that this advice under Layout 2 was landscape, or advice from yourself. You avoided visibility. Well, can you confirm that it was your guidance to the developer to avoid visibility from properties in Lead Hills village?
To try and avoid visibility from properties in those villages, yes, that is part of the...
Not to try, but to avoid.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between the two. The stated aim here of removing the turbines to the lands northeast and south of Lead Hills was to avoid, not to try to avoid or to limit, but to avoid visibility. Was that your advice?
That's what it says. That's advice we gave, yes.
So why did you not give the same advice, or did you give the same advice in respect of One Lock Head? That you should avoid visibility from properties within One Lock Head? Is it the case that the developer then didn't follow that advice?
I can't recall how exactly we phrased the advice, whether it was both One Lock Head or Lead Hills.
Because if you turn to your report now, at paragraph 425, you say that you made a recommendation to the team to remove turbines 10 to 14. These are the turbines that stood particularly above the Mennock Valley or Glen, because of their impact on the Mennock Pass. Did you give any advice to remove any other turbines?
We gave advice on the position of turbines to further reduce potential visual effect, yes.
And was that advice taken?
Yes, largely.
Did you give advice to remove any other turbines?
To remove any other turbine, not specific by number. No, we gave advice in terms of moving turbines away from the ridges to reduce vision, but not in terms of landscape advice to remove turbines.
Because there is no indication in the EIA. Well, let me start that question again. In the assessments, in environmental impact assessment, there is nothing there that suggests that there would be a need, in order to make the scheme acceptable, to remove those turbines above the Mennock Pass. There's no hint in the EIA that they could give rise to issues of acceptability or unacceptability. Surely there should have been in the assessments of the impact of those turbines on particular viewpoints something that would give the reader an indication that there was concern as to, or that their impact was such that it would have a particular significant outcome.
As I explained to you a minute ago, we gave advice on the likely landscape and visual effects. The developer can take on board that advice. The developer takes a decision in terms of how to weigh the advice in the balance. The advice in respect of the manic path was given early on in the process.
So let me just if one looks at and this is, I'm asking a general question, so I can take you particular viewpoints if necessary, looks at the FEI talks about notable reductions in impact by the removal of those turbines.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at on various viewpoints, viewpoint 1, 6, some more notable than others, 8 and 9 and 10, I think, for instance. But if you look at the descriptions of the impact on those viewpoints in the EIA, there's no suggestion that those particular turbines are contributing in any significant factor, in any significant way, to the finding of significant impact. Well, it's just looking at how transparent the EIA is in telling a reader of the importance to the impacts assessed of those 4 turbines which were subsequently removed.
I don't think that's the role of the assessment. The role of the assessment is to advise the decision maker what the effect is of the proposal submitted for planning.
Thank you, Mr. Van Grieken. That would be an appropriate moment to break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Now, Mr. Van Grieken, you'll understand you're in Purdo just now, so please don't speak to any member of your team. Do you have lunch sorted? You have something sorted. Excellent. Right, and in that vein, you won't be able to clarify what was asked of you to do with Table 2.1, so I'll ask your team to do that.
Sir, can I, with a view to assisting in that, I wonder, to assist my learner friend, is the answer to be found in document CD 3.29? Is that the one that he's asking about? And that might save any...
Well, do you want to look at that over lunch? And you can confirm that after lunch, or between yourselves. Okay, we'll break now, and we'll return at, now is 45 minutes acceptable to everyone? I realise that lunch can be an issue here, so...
I think, sir, today, if we could perhaps make it an hour, because we are going elsewhere, yes.
Okay, so we'll come back at 1:40. Thank you. Over lunch, that you would have a look at the document that was referred to in Table 2.1. Any success there?
I'm grateful to Mr. Steele. It certainly contains a response, but it's part of the document which contains a number of responses, so it's not a standalone document dealing with S&H. I'm very happy for when Mr. Van Grieken's finished his evidence for him to check it and confirm whether that is or is not the document. I don't need to cross-examine on it, but it would be useful to have that confirmed to me before S&H give evidence at the beginning of, or in the middle of next week.
Thank you. Well, we'll continue on that basis. Mr. Finlay, pick up on your cross.
Thank you. Mr. Van Grieken, we moved on from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 of your report, and we discussed your criticisms of scale in Chapter 3, but I want to look at your commentary on scale in Chapter 4, which begins at 433 of your report. And in 435 you say commercial scale wind turbines and indeed wind farms do not, in my opinion, fit with the context of houses, trees, woodlands, etc., but are largely related to the larger and better related to the scale of hills and moorland, and that's how we must consider the development. And then in 437 you talk about high locations with views across the turbines on the interior ridges of the site tend to have broad panoramic views, and you instance Lowther Hill, which the reporter will be familiar. But you, towards the end of the paragraph, you say views from the incised valleys, such as the Croix Water, Nuneaton Water, and along the Mennock Pass, are contained by the valley sides. I think I'm going to leave it primarily to the reporter to judge for his own view, but certainly in terms of the Croix Water, we don't accept that the views are largely or are contained by the valley sides, but that's a matter for the reporter to consider when he's on site.
Are you telling me, or are you asking a question of the witness?
I was really telling you I'm not going to. It's a matter of judgment, obviously. It's an area where we disagree. I was highlighting it for you, but I don't think I can really usefully use, in accordance with your suggestion at the start, that we restricted cross-examination to those matters which may assist. What I would like to do, though, in this field is in the last sentence you say, in views from further afield, the interlocking hills form a massive upland with only a few tops forming horizons, for example, from Nithsdale. And I wanted to look in that regard at two viewpoints, just so that no one feels I'm avoiding them. Firstly, viewpoint 8, Auchentagget. And I think for that you need the FEI visualizations, because they're the most up-to-date ones. And if we just go to the photo montage for panel 1.
Panel 1, you said.
Figure 6.17F. Yeah.
17A. F.
F.
Okay. Yes, I got that.
I think that even the photo montage, we just need to be aware that there's at least one turbine to the right, probably two, I think, which you can only see the tip of a blade. But for my purposes, that doesn't matter. There are other projections which show the full extent of the wind farm. I'm just looking at, I want to ask you 2 points about from this viewpoint, you do have without the turbines, the hills, there are no comparators to the heights of the hills. The scale comparators in the foregrounds are the dikes, the trees, which are much smaller than the hills and much smaller than the turbines.
The dikes and the trees are certainly smaller than the hills.
Yeah. But when you put the turbines in place, as we can see on this photo montage, I suggest to you there are 2 consequences of that. Firstly, that you can get some idea of the scale of the turbines from both particularly the heights of the trees. They are significantly taller than the trees. But also that the turbines, being of the height they are, diminish the height of the hills on which they sit in one's understanding of the view, because they are so tall.
You can clearly see that they're taller than other features in the view. I would not agree that they diminish the scale of the hills.
And that this is just the nearest turbine's just over 3.5 kilometres away. This is not a case of only a few tops forming horizons, for example, from this scale. This is you can see a significant array of turbines all along the top of what is essentially a ridge, some down almost to base level. And I suggest to you that it's too simplistic to suggest that this development must be considered in the context of the wider landscape scale of the hills upon which they sit, because that ignores the impact from this direction from the Nith Valley.
I don't agree. What it shows is that, first of all, we've taken a design approach which reflects the hill ridge. We've taken design efforts to ensure that all infrastructure that goes with the development is behind the ridge. And there is clearly an effect on this viewpoint. I totally accept that, we assess that. But it does not, in my opinion, diminish the hills or take anything away from the hills in landscape contribution.
That may be something that, again, the reporter can, having noted the difference between us, take a view on site. And if we turn, and I had suggested I wasn't going to look at Croik, but if you go to viewpoint 10 and figure 6.19F in the same bundle, which is the Croik Multiverse Park viewpoint, where we're 4.3 kilometres away, I suggest to you the same scaling effect occurs both of the hills with the turbines and there are scale comparators.
Which file are you looking at?
6.19F.
F, thank you.
You've got farms and houses as well as trees, and you've even got telegraph poles and fences as well as dikes in this panorama. I suggest to you that, again, the two, both the hills are diminished in size and the turbines themselves appear to, perhaps the lighting of the colouring in this case makes them more prominent than they otherwise might be, but and the darkness of the sky, but one gets days like that. The turbines themselves are not just, cannot be properly described as further afield.
They are behind the ridge. I don't agree that they diminish the scale of the hills. And I don't think, if I look at the statement of agreed matters, Dr. Windle has agreed with me that there is a significant effect on this viewpoint. There's no ground between us.
No, well, there's a difference. There is I think you both agree there are significant impacts from that viewpoint. But it's the extent, you can have an impact just generally moving away from this particular. You can have a significant impact that, if you like, just limps over the line between non-significant and significant. And you can have a significant impact that is extremely significant. Just because you describe an impact as significant doesn't mean there isn't room for disagreement between you as to what makes it significant and the extent to which there is an adverse impact.
It has been agreed that the applicants LVA and the FEI have accurately identified the likely significant landscape effects. If I wasn't accurate, then what is the...
There are a couple of caveats there, Mr. Van Grieken, which you haven't read out.
Well, Mr. Van Grieken was actually still speaking when my learned friend interjected.
Well, my friend's very quick off the mark today, but Mr. Van Grieken, if you're going to quote from a document and suggest the question I put to you is contrary to an agreement, you should quote from the full extent of the document.
I'm very happy to do so. I refer you to the statement of agreed matters which agrees that I have accurately identified a significant effect. There is a qualification which refers to paragraph 2.6, which you draw attention to, quite understandably, which refers to the LVA has identified the majority of likely significant effect of the proposed development, although Scottish Natural Heritage and the Council consider there are other significant effects in addition to those identified in the LVA. I take no issue with that. That is...
I don't know why you're having to refer to the statement of agreement, Mr. Van Grieken, because I'm not suggesting that there is a distinction between you as to whether there is a significant impact from this viewpoint or not. What I'm suggesting to you is that that in terms of your appreciation of whether there is what constitutes that significant impact, there is a difference of view between you and Dr. Wimble, not a major one, because you both reach the same ultimate conclusion, but it's a constituent method of reaching that view, that there is a distinction between the two of you. And Dr. Wimble has set out in his report, in respect of each instance of landscaping impact and visual impact, very clearly where he's agreed, disagreed, or where he considers that the emphasis is, he would put more emphasis on one thing rather than the other. It's not to go behind the statement that in many respects he is content with the identification of significant impacts and the methodology in your landscape visual assessment, save for the cumulative assessment, which I'll come to.
I think for the purposes here, it would be useful if we could move on. You've asked the question about whether the turbines from viewpoint 10 diminish the landscape and if the turbines are prominent. And I think Mr. Van Grieken's answered that. I think there was maybe a follow-up question in terms of the level of significance from an area. Are you looking for the witness to say if it's moderate or major? Or
no, I'm not. No, that was simply in response to Mr. Van Grieken's observation that they're both agreed it's significant. I've identified, I'm grateful, so I've identified the difference. It's a matter for you, and you can then see what form of it.
Could I just have a minute, sir? I'm trying to check where Dr. Wimble has identified those more subtle differences in the coming to a judgment. And if I look at viewpoint 10, Croyd Murphy of Dr. Wimble's report on page 63, I I see in paragraph 739 to 742 his comments on views from this. But I don't see particular reference in this section to the finer features of the landscape that Mr. Finley referred me to as being the difference between us, how we relatively weigh up how we come to that judgment.
Well, Mr. Van Grieken, what Dr. Wimble does there is he refers back to a similar scenario to viewpoint 8, and if you go to paragraph 736, what I was trying to put to you in part relates to what he's put there in 736, which I put to you with respect to Alton Taggart Moor, which you didn't seem to have an issue with, but it's also a landscape issue, and if you look at the impact on Upperdale, trying to see whether that's cumulative or I think you need to have regard also to paragraph 636 to 639 to have a full appreciation of Dr. Wimble's...
I'm sorry, I'm not following this. The microphone is either not on or my learner friend is not speaking into it, one or another.
It's both the viewpoint, his commentary on viewpoint 8, but also on 636 to 639 you have to have regard to. Mr. Van Grieken, I'm going to move on now to viewpoint 11 if I can. And again, if one look, I think with this you need the original figures from the EIA because there's no impact from the removal of the Mennock Pass turbines, if I can call them that. So you need to be looking at, for this is figure 620C.
Viewpoint 11.
Sorry?
Viewpoint 11.
Viewpoint 11. Um, 6.20C, sir. C. It is.
We got it.
It's ES 1. CD 1.2.
I have that, Miss Finney.
When you say in your 437 views from the incised valleys are contained by the valley sides, they are contained for a large number of the turbines, but as this viewpoint demonstrates, that there, and it's accepted there are significant impacts, I think, from this viewpoint
yes.
by yourself. But in terms of they're certainly not wholly contained, and they have, even from the Croix Valley, you accept significant impact.
You have a significant impact from this location, yes. Significant
And
effect, I should say.
the other valley that's affected, or is effectively the valley in which Wanlock Head itself sits. And I think you've accepted, I don't think we need to turn to them unless necessary. From viewpoints 2, 3, and I think 4, there are significant impacts. I think there's a disagreement between you and Mr. Welsh about viewpoint 3.
That's
Sorry,
correct.
viewpoint 2, which
That's
is the beam
correct.
engine.
The beam engine, correct.
But there are significant impacts on the valley within which Wanlock Head sits as well, are there
There
not?
are significant effects predicted, judged from those viewpoints, yes.
So, again, I suggest to you overall, it's not correct to say that you have to consider the hill in the context of the wider landscape scale alone. You have to consider it in the context of both the Nith Valley and these incised valleys.
Sorry, could you take me to the paragraph again that in my report that you referred to?
435, it is in the context of the wider landscape scale of the hills of the site that we must consider the development. You do go on to refer to the valleys, but you refer, and the Nith, but you refer to them in rather dismissive or dismissing their importance, and what I'm suggesting is you are understating their importance.
No, that's certainly not my intention. I don't know how I understate that. Commercial scale wind farms, and indeed wind farms do not, in my opinion, fit within the context of houses, trees and woodlands. You refer to that with reference to the scale indicators that you took me to a few minutes ago. The horizontal spread and spacing distance between turbines is also highly relevant. And it is in the context of the wider landscape scale of the hills of the site that we must... Sorry, apologies. So, in that paragraph I conclude that it's in the context of the wider landscape scale of the hills and of the site that we must consider the development. I just place the development in its context for the decision maker to consider.
Okay. Well, I think I've done enough on that subject, Mr. Van Grieven. If Mr. Steele wants to re-examine you, no doubt he will. I want to move on to the main issue between us, which is cumulative impacts. With this, not that part of it, no. Whilst I will be referring to particular viewpoints, I don't think it's going to be necessary to go to the actual viewpoints for the purposes of the next section of cross-examination. Slightly disconcerted by the clock behind you. It seems to be always 7:10 in Sanquhar. I thought my cross-examination was going slowly, but not that slowly. If you first of all go to your report at 760. And I think this is really just to note a question of agreement. When you're looking at cumulative assessment, what you're looking to identify is what the additional magnitude of changes if you introduce a new wind farm, in this case North Lowther, into Panorama. And why you have different scenarios with cumulative assessments is the panorama into which you're introducing them will change depending on which scenario you're looking at.
Yeah, so what I say is that we need to identify the additional effect against a different baseline.
Yes. So it's the effect of, it's not the baseline changing, although the baseline does change from each scenario, it's the additional effect of introducing North Lowther to whatever baseline you're considering.
Yes, so in scenario 1, generally referred to as the LVIA, I assess the effect of introducing NLEI against the existing landscape, which may or may not include existing wind farms or wind farms under construction?
Well, absolutely. Well, we'll come on to that. When you are considering cumulative effects, there are a number of issues that you would need to consider, and I wondered if I could take you first of all in that regard to Mr. Welsh's review of your LVIA, which is document NLEI 1, and to his methodology, which I think is in Annex 2. So that's NLEI 1, Annex 2, and page 29 of, I believe it's that. I think the document is helpfully paginated from start to finish. I'll just wait till the reporter catches up. So I think that's Annex 3. So page 29. There are a number of factors in his paragraph 1.7.5 which go over the page. And those are the, well, he's called them criteria, I call them factors, use his language. Those criteria are the type of criteria you would expect to be those are the sort of criteria you would expect to be considered as applicable in any case if you're undertaking a cumulative assessment, whether against the existing baseline or any proposed future baseline.
Factors that you would consider, yeah.
And thank you. And just like you to bear those in mind. And then, for similar factor, if we go to the GLVIA, with which you're no doubt very familiar, CD 8.6. The assessment of cumulative effects is dealt with in Chapter 7. And if you turn to paragraph 715, it says that the baseline for the LVIA itself will include evidence about change that may affect the landscape in the future. There may therefore be some degree of overlap with the baseline for cumulative effects assessment. The key is to ensure that the assessment is true to the spirit of the generic definition of cumulative effects in dealing with other past, present or reasonably foreseeable actions, but that it is again proportional and reasonable and focuses on likely significant effects. I'm just choosing that paragraph because I think it perhaps expresses the point I want to put to you most clearly. Isn't the GLVIA saying that whilst there may be an overlap with the primary assessment as described in the previous paragraph 518, there is a focus when you're looking at cumulative effects. You're not looking at entirely the same thing. Your focus is on the cumulative effects rather than the primary effects of a turbine, of turbines or a wind farm.
That is the purpose of cumulative assessment.
So, as I understand your approach, it is that you have looked at the scenario 1, or the existing and consented, in one go. You've looked at them both in terms of the the primary assessment, if I can call it that, which I think is Dr. Wimble's language. You haven't looked at them again in the cumulative assessment. So that if we want to see what your cumulative assessment is for the existing and consented wind farms, we should look in your primary assessment section of the EIA. Have I understood that correctly? Okay, well, I'll take you to... Okay, my apologies. I hadn't realised I was cutting off, but yes, of course.
The cumulative assessment, you took me to paragraph 7.15 of GLVA. That's indeed aspect indicates what the baseline for LVIA and cumulative assessment should consider. I also note that paragraph 7.10, for example, the same document, suggests that in most cases the focus of the cumulative assessment will be on the additional effect of the project in conjunction with other developments of the same type. Yes. This term additional effect, so focusing on the additional effect, is also something that I consider is within the SNH guidance. So in my cumulative assessment, I've assessed the landscape and visual impact assessment, so we've got existing landscape, with existing turbines in it and possibly turbines under construction. I evaluate what that baseline is and come to a judgment of the effect of introducing North Lowther into that landscape, in the round.
But where do I find that in the EIA? As I understand it, I find that in the primary assessment section, that is your scenario 1 impact, because there is no scenario 1 assessment in your cumulative section.
Because there is no cumulative scenario 1. I cannot go back to a pre-wind farm scenario, which would be the suggestion implicitly in what Dr. Wimble suggests, and he actually refers to considering a pre-wind farm scenario. Well, I look at an existing landscape.
Yes, no, I understand that, but this is a very important, sir, and I really would be very grateful if my learned friend wouldn't interrupt to let the witness explain this, because this is quite important, and it may be that the other side of the room have misunderstood the position. I think he's entitled to explain it.
I try to assist the decision maker getting a clear idea on what the effect of the development are being introduced in the landscape as we see it today, that may or may not include existing wind farms. In the case of North Lowther, in most views, when I consider the landscape as I see in the round, it does indeed include other wind farms, existing wind farms. So I come to a judgment what the effect and significance is of introducing North Lowther into that landscape. That is the landscape and visual impact assessment. Dr. Wimble then goes on and says, I need to now go back and ask the question, is this causing a cumulative effect, which is in addition or separate from the landscape and visual effect? That is something I cannot do. I've already identified a significant effect of introducing development at that point. I'm not going to count that a second time by saying, considering all other wind farms in the landscape is also significant. The significance ultimately carries through in the next level of assessment, which is scenario 2 and 3.
Well, let me just disentangle that for a moment. The question I asked you is, where do I find your assessment of the cumulative impacts against existing and under construction wind farms in the EIA?
You find a discussion regarding the interrelationship of wind farms in the existing landscape in the description of the effects of the landscape and visual impact assessment. So in each viewpoint, there's a discussion about the interaction between wind farms which are existing in the landscape.
Okay. Right here. That's as I understood it, and that's what I actually put to you, Mr. Van Grieken, which was an answer to my question. I don't accept what you say about Dr. Wimble, but I'll come on to that in a moment. If you go back to the GLVIA and go to paragraph 717, there are a number of bullet points there, which no doubt is where Mr. Welsh drew some of his inspiration from, as to the type of factors that need to be taken into account when considering cumulative effects.
Yeah.
If we put that away and document away and take out CD 8.5, its title I will give you in a moment.
Is that the SNH guidance on cumulative impact assessment?
The SNH guidance on assessing cumulative impacts of onshore
2012.
wind energy developments.
2012, yeah.
2012, yes. Paragraph 26 on page 7, electronic page 7 of 41, page 7 of the document, sets out what the cumulative assessment should include, and I don't think there's any disagreement between us there. And then gone to paragraph 32, my apologies, I think that's a mistaken reference. Gone to paragraph 67.
57?
67, my apologies.
67.
In fact, start with 66. Having said the resulting scope should be discussed with the determining authority in SNH, at every stage the process the key cumulative effects which are likely to influence decision making rather than an assessment of every potential cumulative effect. 67. The assessment should clearly describe the baseline conditions by identifying existing wind farms, the extent to which these have altered landscape character and affected sensitivity to wind farm development. This information should be produced as part of the baseline LVIA and then considered as part of the CLVIA. However, the CLVIA should then focus on the key cumulative changes. Now, that suggests that you use the same baseline, but there's an emphasis on the CLVIA on cumulative changes rather than just the impact, the primary impact of the wind farm, so that the focus of those two assessments is different, which is why Mr. Welsh and Dr. Wimble have carried out CLVIA assessments of scenario 1.
Mr. Wells, in my reading, has not carried out the scenario 1 cumulative assessment. He carries out the scenario 2 equivalent cumulative assessment and the scenario 3 equivalent cumulative assessment.
Mr. Van Grieken, I'm not sure that's right. If you look at NELI 1, Mr. Welsh has carried out cumulative assessments of scenarios 1, 2 and 3.
Well, he reports against scenario 2 and 3 and against the LVA. That's what
I can... In his NLEI 1, he has carried out, do you not accept that he's carried out a cumulative assessment in respect to scenarios 1, 2 and 3?
Well, let's check it.
Yes. It's his Appendix 3 to NLEI 1, and I think his cumulative assessments start on page 19.
Sorry, I'm trying to find LDA.
In fact, I can give you an easier reference because at page 10 of that document, he's identified the significant cumulative visual effects and whether they apply in all scenarios or just a particular scenario.
I'm still trying to find the text of that document.
We're looking for page 10 of NLEI 1. You'll see that applying his methodology, he's identified significant cumulative effects. And if you look down the list, viewpoint 1, Glengaber Hill in all scenarios, viewpoint 3, Wanlock Head Museum in scenario 1.
Yeah.
So he's definitely, so can you agree, which I think was contrary to the impression you gave me a moment or two ago, that Mr. Welsh has considered cumulative visual effects in scenarios 1, 2 and 3?
He refers to scenario 1, as I do, as the landscape and visual impact assessment. That's the equivalent.
I can make submissions on that or ask Mr. Welsh further questions. If you go down just before we leave document CD 8.5, the assessment, paragraph 68, gives a very similar approach as to what GLVIA says about what the assessment should identify, and it sets out a number of points there, and presumably there's no dispute between us as to that.
Paragraph
68 of CD 8.5.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the introductory questions. I think I have some idea of where we agreed and disagreed on the scope of cumulative assessments. I want to look at, see what you've done in practice at 3 instances. First is viewpoint 1. And I'm afraid there are a number of documents that we're going to need to look at in succession. If you go to the original inquiry statement, EIA to begin with, which is CD 1.1, Chapter 6. And we're looking at viewpoint 1, and the description of the discussion of that viewpoint begins at paragraph 6.203 and up to 6.208.
That's correct.
And as I understand it, this is where I should find an assessment of the cumulative impacts of North Lowther being dropped into the existing baseline scenario. Is that correct?
That's where you find a description of the existing baseline of the landscape.
Yes, and the impact of North Lowther being permitted in that landscape.
An adjustment regarding the impact, as I judge it, of introducing North Lowther in that landscape, yes.
Yeah, because the point which I want to put to you generally is if you look at 6.203 to 6.208 and bear in mind the factors that Mr. Welsh identified, that the GLVIA identified and SNH have identified, there is very little, if anything, in there to tell you about the cumulative impact of dropping North Lowther into the existing baseline situation. There are a couple of occasions when other wind turbines are mentioned, but there's a wholly deficient approach to assessing the cumulative impact, for instance, having regard to the extent of the horizon filled in any particular direction from any viewpoint, or certainly from viewpoint 1. There's no in-depth as consideration of the criteria that Mr. Welsh identified or the factors that GLVIA identified.
a minute ago we talked about the fact that in my assessment I assess introducing North Lowther in an existing baseline. That's a landscape and visual impact assessment. The cumulative impact assessment then requires me to assess the additional effect, the over and above effect, if you like, of introducing the wind farm in a speculative scenario, not again in the existing scenario, because I've already assessed that.
Well, I've understood that, Mr. Van Grieken, but in your assessment of the existing scenario, there's almost nothing in here about the, if I try and find a different approach to the word cumulative, to the interaction between, or the result of the fact that there are multiple wind farms visible from this viewpoint. There is very limited reference to the impact of being able to see of multiple wind farms from viewpoint one.
Because I'm assessing the development as a visual impact against an existing baseline.
Well,
as part of the LVIA, the landscape and visual impact assessment, I don't interpret or find in the guidance where it says you have to do the visual impact assessment, standalone impact assessment, or primary assessment, sometimes referred to, and then you have to do that again without any change in the baseline to come to a cumulative assessment.
Mr. Van Grieken, I've understood that completely, but you have to do the assessment of the cumulative impact somewhere, and as I understand it, you do them as part of your the assessment carried out in these paragraphs. And my point to you is that in these paragraphs, you have paid scant regard to the impacts of putting this wind farm into a landscape which already contains other wind farms.
I have not referred to detailed analysis in these paragraphs regarding the other wind farms and the interaction between them. I consider those in the cumulative assessment later when I go into scenario 2 and scenario 3.
Because for scenario 1, if we go to the cumulative assessment for scenario 1, which is to be found at paragraph 6416 in the same document, 6416. Paragraph 6416 mentions in the cumulative assessment the other wind farms that you've taken into account and refers back to the LVIA, and then you proceed immediately to the second scenario and then the third scenario to say that neither of those is significant.
Yeah.
But if you take, my point to you is if you take your two assessments together of viewpoint 1, both under the your initial LVIA assessment and then your cumulative assessment, irrespective of your methodology, you have not considered in sufficient detail the cumulative effects of North Lowther on the baseline situation. Because all we have is, and the reporter can read it for himself, are a few mentions in paragraph 6203 to 6206, no detailed consideration of it. And I suggest to you that leads to you underestimating or failing to report the true impact of the wind farm, which would have been reported had you considered scenario 1 either under the cumulative assessment or adopting your methodology if you considered it properly under the LVIA assessment.
If I were to follow what you say, I would find a significant effect in all scenarios where there's a significant effect on visual impact of the standalone development. Because the effect is the same, at least the same, as the primary assessment.
No,
and if I may finish, if I look at Dr. Wimble's findings, Dr. Wimble always finds a significant effect in cumulative scenario 1, as he refers to it, as well as a significant landscape and visual effect. Because he revisits the assessment. To me, it helps the decision maker if there is a different kind of effect which does not occur in the primary assessment.
Mr. Van Grieken, that's not the question I put to you. And I didn't interrupt you, but you did proceed to answer a different question. The question I put to you was about, irrespective of where you carry out the assessment, is that in your assessment of viewpoint 1 against the baseline, you have paid scant regard to the factors that Mr. Welsh has identified, GLVIA has identified, and SNH have identified as being relevant to drawing out the impact of the cumulative impacts of that of the wind farm, that viewpoint, against the original baseline. And that what you've done is effectively to under-report on those impacts.
I would agree with you that I have not considered those factors explicitly in those viewpoints. I don't discuss them. But I disagree with you that I have underrepresented the effect.
You want to move in the FEI. I don't think you carry out a reassessment of viewpoint 1, and can we just turn to the FEI for a moment? That's CD 1.11. It's chapter 6 again, and it is
If you refer me to a paragraph.
yes, I can do. It's paragraph 6.53.
Thank you.
See, in your assessment of the your baseline assessment, if I can call it that, and the impact of removing the turbines from the 5 turbines visible to the south of Glengaver Hill, there's absolutely no reference in the resulting assessment to any cumulative factors at all.
Again, because I consider the effect on visual amenity and views as a standalone assessment. I update that standalone judgment, that primary judgment, and it remains significant.
And just so you deal with alterations of cumulative effects later in that document, beginning at 6.120, and viewpoint 1 is not one of the viewpoints you consider, so that there's no further consideration of cumulative effects in that document.
No, because I don't think the cumulative baseline changes, so that's a reason not to assess it. If the baseline doesn't change, then the situation is identical to the standalone assessment. I don't think we should judge that again, because we haven't got a different context against which to judge, which is similar to what Dr. Wimble says. If there's no other wind farms present, you're not going to assess the cumulative effects.
Then you further consider cumulative effects in CD 1.22. And for each of these viewpoints, that's the
Cumulative update.
updated cumulative assessment. And this comes after Mr. Welsh's NLEI1. I think this is August of this year.
Yeah.
Yes. And if we go to page 4 of 10, and we'll come back to this document for each of the 3 further viewpoints, we can see for table 2, you spell out the wind farms visible as assessed in the ES 2017 and the FEI 2018. And then you do the changes in the fourth column in visibility, current status, and there are 4 changes that might be relevant for scenarios 2 and 3, as I understand it.
Yes.
So as I understand it, the third column, beginning 20 Shilling Hill, is the baseline. And the fourth column are the changes. Or does the third column include?
Yeah, so since the FEI, other changes may have occurred in the baseline scenario. And they are summarized in changes to the invisibility current status. So what we're trying to highlight is how the context, the baseline has changed since an earlier assessment was undertaken.
And then if we go over the page to page 6 of 10, you carry out your cumulative assessment, and we see that in the first box. And you relist the fourth column in the third column under changes in visibility, and then you give us your assessment of changes to scenario 2 and scenario 3.
Yeah.
And you have those as not significant in both cases.
Yeah.
Now, I can take you to the document if you wish, but Mr. Welsh has those scenarios as significant,
yes.
does he not? Now, that's not just a reporting difference, isn't it? That is a difference in assessment.
No, sorry, I interrupted you.
The boot is on the other foot for once, so all's fair in love and war, Mr. Van Grooten. But surely that is, you found no change to cumulative effects, or not significant minor changes. Mr. Welsh has found significant changes. Surely that denotes a substantive difference between you.
No, and I'll try and explain why I don't think this is any difference between us. If I may take you to the ES.
Back to
chapter
the
6. Chapter 6.
Yep. Which part of it?
Sorry? Which one? The chapter on the landscape and visual impact chapter.
Yes. Is that? Do you want it's paragraph 6.203 for viewpoint 1?
No, I want to take you to the methodology paragraph. I'd like to take you to paragraph 6.62 in the ES, the original ES.
6.62.
Yeah. And the preceding two, but particularly 6.62. 6.62 sets out what I've done.
You just hold it.
Sorry.
Sir, yes.
Paragraph 6.62 of the ES. The cumulative assessment reports on the change in effect should the baseline be altered to a cumulative situation. In other words, whether or not the effect of the introduction of the development to the cumulative baseline will differ from what was identified in the LVAA. If there is no cumulative effect, the level of effect of introducing the development will be described in the LVAA assessment. Will be as described in the LVAA assessment. But it also go on to say that no cumulative effect does not equate to no effect. This is what you perhaps suggested that was my finding on the receptor, but that there will be no additional effect in the scenario being considered. Now, if I were to draw 3 columns, if I may, from where you're sitting, that is the baseline. And adding North Lowther in the LVAA, the landscape and visual impacts, for scenario 1 coordinate center. If I have the cumulative effect, this baseline might have gone up. And I ask the question, what is the cumulative addition, effect of adding that North Lowther on top of that. Mr. Welch has considered that this overall effect is cumulatively significant. I asked the question, is this additional effect significant? So it should be separately weighed by the decision maker. And that's the difference. But that's, in my view, a reporting method. Because if I asked Dr. Wimble the same question, I feel reasonably confident he would answer the same way. If you look at it the way I look at the cumulative effect, it is significant in those circumstances and not in the other circumstances. And to further try and explain that reasoning, I have found occasions when the cumulative judgment that I make is significant in scenario 2, but for example not significant in scenario 3, or not significant in scenario 2, but significant in scenario 3. That is, for example, the case in the view from Lowther Hill, which in scenario 3 I judge to be significant as a consequence of Harryburn having appeared in the baseline as a planning application at that stage. Harryburn was not in the baseline for scenario 2. So for scenario 2, I judge the effect of adding North Lowther to be not significant. I then look at it again with adding Harryburn in, and I say, because of the contribution of Harryburn, further addition of North Lowther constitutes a significant cumulative effect.
So, can I ask you, if you have for viewpoint 1 a significant effect in your baseline assessment, assuming that's adequate for the moment, and I don't accept that, even though you add, because that's a significant effect there, if your finding of no significant effect in scenarios 2 and 3 does not mean there's no significant effect of dropping NLEI into scenarios 2 and 3. It's just that there is no greater significant effect, or the change between scenarios 1, 2 and 3 is itself not significant.
I think if I understand it, that's correct. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
But doesn't that, for someone seeking to understand the impact of North Lowther, and they read your report without the benefit of your explanation in your inquiry report, and the fact that you find no significant impact in scenarios 2 and 3 for viewpoint 1, it rather suggests that, because those are alternative scenarios, that you are underreporting the effect of those impacts. I can understand why you say you're not, now you've explained it, but to the reader of the document that is not clear.
I think it's very clear if we read the document, because I clearly state that finding no significant effect in cumulative scenario 2 doesn't mean that there is no effect on the receptor, because that significant effect carries through in those assessments. I think it actually helps the decision maker much more, the way I look at it, because I clearly identify when the reporter or the decision maker should take real notice of the additional effect. When it really matters, which is the purpose of our assessment, to focus on those effects, those findings of effect, those changes that may occur that materially could influence the planning decision.
But Mr. Van Beeken, surely the point of the cumulative assessment is not to compare one assessment to the other, but to tell the reader what the impact is going to be. For instance, if North Lowther was delayed and until after all the wind farms in scenario 2 were built out, to tell the reader what the impact is going to be of introducing North Lowther into that changed baseline.
Scenario 2 assesses the condition whereby all wind farms other than North Lowther are built
Yes.
at the point of assessment.
No, if scenario 2 is those that have been permitted but not built or under construction, as I understand it.
Scenario 2 includes existing wind farms, those under construction, and consented wind farms.
So the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 is the inclusion
consented.
of consented wind
Yeah,
farms.
correct.
So that,
Agreed.
as I understood, the purpose of scenario 2 is to tell the reader what the impact of introducing North Lowther into a baseline which includes the consented wind farms.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, when one reads the EIA, you tell the reader that that is not significant, whereas in fact it is significant, but just not significantly different from scenario 1.
No, I don't. I carry out a proper assessment, and in certain circumstances I find the effect not to be significant. In other circumstances I find the effect to be significant.
But just stay with viewpoint 1.
Yeah.
You accept that there is a significant effect in the baseline,
Yeah.
existing and under construction. When you are assessing the impact of North Lowther against the baseline plus consented, is that effect significant or not?
Cumulative effect is not significant.
The baseline has changed. What is the effect? Not after the cumulative effect. What is the effect of North Lowther being dropped against a baseline which includes consented, under construction and built wind farms? Will it have a significant effect?
Significant.
Yeah. Where do I see that in the EIA?
I said that in paragraph 6.62.
So,
No level of effect of the development will be introducing the development will be described as. Sorry. If there is no cumulative effect, the level of effect of introducing the development will be as described in the LVA. In other words, significant.
So in every case where you find a significant effect against the baseline, scenario 1, there will be a significant effect if you change that baseline to scenario 2 or scenario 3.
There will be a significant effect in scenario 1. There may be a significant effect in scenario 2, which is in addition to the significance of the view as it's changed.
Now, leaving aside the cumulative impact at the moment, if you were to, I think I had clarity and you may have just confused me.
I hope not.
Leaving aside if the baseline changes,
Yeah.
assuming roll forward 3 years, so you're in scenario 2, all the consented wind farms have been built.
Yeah.
If you introduce North Lowther then into viewpoint 1, the effect will be significant.
Yes.
If North Lowther is delayed for 10 years and all those that are under application have been consented and built out, if you introduce North Lowther into that scenario, it will still be significant.
Yes.
But that doesn't appear clearly, I suggest to you, from the way you have formulated your assessment.
I think it's clear from that paragraph which I have read out in the ES.
So that, again, in terms of what you're assessing in your cumulative assessment is the cumulative effect of the change between scenarios 1, 2 and 3. Now, it doesn't happen in viewpoint 1, but say take viewpoint 6 where there is a significant change
Lowther Hill.
at Lowther Hill in scenario 3, is it, or scenario 2? I can't remember which at the moment. It doesn't matter. The underlying effect will still be significant, won't it? The effect against any of those baselines will be significant. It's only what you're telling us by your cumulative assessment that the addition will also be significant.
In scenario 3.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think that helps the decision maker because it clearly focuses on those circumstances whereby which I expect would be given weight to coming to the plan adjustment. They could contribute to finding that there'll be weight in the balance, finding significant effects across the board on all levels and all scenarios, which is effectively the alternative. I don't think helps the reporter or the decision maker.
Finally,
I don't find in Dr. Wimble's evidence where he considers to be no significant effect in scenario 2 or scenario 3 cumulatively, when the assessment in scenario 1 is also significant. How does that help the decision maker? In my assessment, I'm clearly setting out. Oh, sorry.
Have you any more questions in terms of cumulative impact? And beyond that, you have more questioning?
But only a few. I should think I might be another half an hour.
Sorry, you have another half an hour in total of questioning. Okay. Mr. Godfrey, do you have much questioning? Some. Right. Well, my suggestion is we take the remainder of your questions, Mr. Finlay, and then we have a break. And then we'll return to yourself, Mr. Godfrey, and then my questions.
Well, I'll leave Dr. Wimble's assessment and whether you're correct in your assessment of it for Dr. Wimble to deal with. But I want to just come on to, before I finish with viewpoint 1, come to your report, just so that the two things. First of all, just for the reporter's note, Dr. Wimber deals with this at paragraph 717 of his evidence and onwards. And then in your report, you deal with Glengaber Hill at 7.61. .61 in your actual report. Don't put that away because you'll need to get it out again. If that's the document I think it is. 761 in your report. What you say there is that understand the first. If you pick it up 4 lines down, panels 1 to 4, which show the wireframes of scenarios 1, 2, and 3, demonstrate that whilst there is intensification of wind energy development visible in the view, this is not caused by NLEI, but a result of adding other developments into the background. But again, I thought we'd agreed at the outset that the assessment of cumulative impact is about not changing other developments, but adding NLEI into changed backgrounds. So you seem to be looking at it the wrong way round.
May I take you to another document, which is the A1 size wireframes, which is document, I think NLEI 27 or 23. It's panels 1 to 4.
Yes. It's presumably NLEI 7A.
And I apologize, Mr. Finley, these are even more awkward documents.
Right.
So what I've produced is 3 wireframes, 360 degree, each panel 90 degree included angle, so we can look around from a number of viewpoints. And with the exception of the vertical size printed out of the wireframes, they have been produced in accordance with the SNH guidance. As 90 degrees. In each of the sets of 4 I have the development, the post-development NLEI in the center of, as much as possible in the center of panel 1. On the bottom of that you can see what degrees that is in the compounds, which we were looking at. To the right of panel 1 we will find panel 2, to the right of panel 2 we will find panel 3, and to the left of panel 1, panel 4. So we can look around 360. In each of the panels, from the top down, are existing wind farms shown in the baseline. So in the top of panel 1, scenario 1, I show in black existing wind farms which are in the landscape and those under construction.
Yes.
If you move then to scenario 2, in black have been added consented wind farms which are now assumed to be part of the baseline.
Yes.
And in panel 3 I add, in addition to the consented ones, also those subject of valid planning applications. And it's against that background scenario, against the black, if you like, I ask the question, does North Lowther constitute an additional cumulative effect which in itself should be added to the significant effect that it already has from this viewpoint? And if I take you to the Lowther Hill viewpoint, you will find that I judge that effect to be significant in scenario 3 because Harryburn at that time would be in the baseline, and I would see North Lowther in addition to that speculative baseline. But in scenario 2, when Harryburn is not present, but all the other developments are present, I don't think there is a significant effect in terms of the change between scenario 1 and 2.
I understand that's with regard to viewpoint 6. Thank you.
And in my opinion, and I apologize for layman, I think that helps the decision making because it clearly sets out when there's a shift.
Well, I come back to my question, which is that if you look at the sentence beginning the 4th line of your paragraph 761, you appear to be assessing cumulative impacts by adding other developments into the background rather than the effect of adding NLEI into a change scenario.
No, I assess it against a change scenario.
Finally, sorry, on this point, can I take you back to the GLVIA, paragraph 718?
Yeah. So 718?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Says agreement should be reached about whether the cumulative effect assessment is to focus primarily on the additional effects of the main project under consideration or on the combined effects in all past, present and future proposals. Some of those involved may tend to favour a limited view focused on the additional effects. Some stakeholders may have, I'm reading short, may be more interested in the combined effects.
Yeah.
Was there an agreement to adopt the limited view in this case? i.e. you just focus on additional effects?
Not explicitly, but I do consider the combined effects in the final section of the cumulative update, where I talk about the increasing accumulation of wind farms in the landscape.
So for viewpoint 1, where do I find in the EIA your view of the combined effects of all past, present and future proposals?
You don't find that specifically in viewpoint 1 or any of the other viewpoints because it is, I would suggest, almost impossible to judge the effect of any of those schemes in combined terms because I would have to make a judgment regarding the effect of other wind farms which are not the subject of my assessment, how they contribute to the overall accumulation of combined effects. Let's look at this wider area. There's several wind farms in the wider area. There are several wind farms proposed within the wider area. There may be wind farms consented in the wider area. To assess the combined effect, to come to a judgment, we have to look at all these wind farms in the round, if you like. It would be inappropriate for me to assign contributions of effect in combined to, for example, Sanquhar 2 or to Harryburn. What I can do is comment on the contribution that North Lowther makes to that effect, quite specifically in relation to those viewpoints, on the basis of how I explained to do that, how I've done that with the wireframes.
Just take you back to the wording of paragraph 17 in my question. Do you accept? Was there any agreement as to whether you should look at the additional effects, limit yourself to the additional effects, or look at the combined effects in any particular scenario?
No, but there was agreement to follow the guidance in terms of cumulative effects assessment, and I am happy that I've done so.
And do you not accept that as this paragraph tends to point out, that the approach you've taken is more limited, gives a more limited view focused on additional effects, rather than some stakeholders may be interested in the combined effects, depending on the scenario you're looking at?
I don't think it's more limited. I think it's very informative in accordance with the requirements to focus on those effects which are significant and that matter in the decision-making process. It says so in paragraph 66 of SNH 2012.
So that's CD 8.5.
Yeah, at every stage in the process.
Just wait till I...
Sorry, apologies.
Paragraph 66.
In bold, at every stage in the process, the focus should be on the key cumulative effects which are likely to influence decision-making rather than an assessment of every potential cumulative effect. So I can go to Glengabber Hill and discuss every conceivable effect that happens before I introduce North Lowther. But because the effect on Glengabber Hill is being surrounded by turbines of the proposed development, I don't think that helps the decision maker at all. We know it's significant, the change in visual amenity from that viewpoint.
I suggest to you that now I understand your approach, but that still gives a potentially misleading picture of the cumulative impact, particularly given the limited description of cumulative impacts you have for each viewpoint.
I would dispute the fact that it's misleading.
So potentially misleading. If you go, for instance...
No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't think it's misleading at all.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree about that, Mr. Van Grieken. If we go to viewpoint 8, just by way of further example, in the light of your answers, I don't need to go through the same document trail, but if you go to the EIA, which is CD 1.1 at paragraph 6.242, it gives this is your baseline description, 6.241 to 6.242 to 6.248. And again, I'd suggest to you that if that is where you are hoping to identify not only the primary but cumulative impacts, it is wholly deficient in that regard.
It says quite clearly the visual effect at paragraph 6.248. The visual effect seen at this location is just to be significant. I'm not assessing the cumulative effect there.
No, but what you're not doing there is, in reaching that view, you're giving scant, if any, consideration to those factors that Mr. Welsh and GLVIA and SNH identified as that should be reported when considering a cumulative assessment, even on scenario 1.
But I consider the landscape as it is in the round with the existing developments in it.
Right. I don't think I need to go through the same exercise on viewpoint 8. On viewpoint 10, there's some disagreement between internal inconsistency in your EIA, which I wanted to ask you about. Just find the relevant section. Under the cumulative, so we're still in CD 1.1, at 6.437 to 439, you find not significant effects for scenarios 2 and 3. But if you turn to the table at the back, which follows paragraph 6.509, the summary, it has significant effects. Which is the accurate one?
I draw attention to that in paragraph 6, 7.64 and 7.65 of my inquiry report.
Yes. Could we have these paragraph numbers again?
6.64, 7.64. Which says the ES reported not significant effect for the cumulative assessment of this viewpoint for both scenario 2 and scenario 3 on page 630, which is what you took me to in the ES, but listed both as these being significant in the summary table on page 635. This viewpoint was not reassessed in the FEI. I have reconsidered this viewpoint in the updated cumulative and find that significant effects should have been reported for scenario 2 and not for scenario 3.
Yes, now I understand that, but it doesn't answer the question. It may be implicit, but which is the accurate part of the ES? Is it the recording or the table?
The table.
The table, so that there should have been a finding of significant effects.
Yes.
For both scenarios 2 and 3.
For scenario 2.
It says here you reconsidered the viewpoint, but before your reconsideration, go back in time. In the EIA, when you did the EIA, was your assessment for scenario 2? Did you mean to say significant, or did you mean to say non-significant? Because the wording has non-significant, but the table has significant, and I wish to know which was correct.
The table, it should have said significant.
So
scenario 2.
And 3. Or not. Because you've recorded non-significant in both in your text, and you've recorded significant in both in the table.
Yeah.
And so what did you mean at the time? Because there's an inconsistency there. Before your reconsideration, which one was accurate?
The assessment of significant in scenario 2 was correct. The assessment of significant in the table for scenario 2 was not correct. That's what I corrected in my evidence before the inquiry now, and that's what I hope helps the reporter. Because we are now in a situation that I'm reporting on in my inquiry document.
Yeah, no, I'm still confused, and I may have missed the answer, but when you wrote the EIA, did you intend to find a significant effect for scenario 2 or not?
Yes.
And did you intend to find a significant effect for scenario 3?
I don't intend to find any effect necessarily, but I did not find a significant effect in scenario 3.
Right. Can I just ask you about that? Because this is looking at your methodology. The significant effect for scenario 2, that you find, as I understand it, is the additional effect of the additional wind farms compared to scenario 1. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah.
When you're looking at scenario 3 as to whether there's an additional effect in scenario 3, just so I understand it, you're not comparing that with the baseline scenario, you're comparing scenario 3 with scenario 2. The difference between scenarios 2 and 3, you're saying, is that significant?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, okay. No, just take viewpoint 10. If you say that it's significant, the additional effect of adding, say, and for sake of, I don't know how many wind farms are, but say you add 3 wind farms that are consented but haven't yet been built or constructed, and you say that's a significant effect. The addition of those 3 wind farms is significant. If you then go to scenario 3 and say you add 2 wind farms which are only in planning stage at this stage, but you say the addition of those is not significant, you can only logically reach that conclusion if you're comparing scenario 3 with scenario 2, not if you're comparing scenario 3 with scenario 1.
No, I don't think so.
Well, just let me explain why I suggest that to you, Mr. Van Grieken. Your finding of significance in scenario 2 is because you've added 3 turbines to the 3 wind farms to the baseline, for sake of argument. If you add 4 wind farms to the same baseline, surely you cannot have an answer that is the additional effect is less than significant. If 3 is significant, why is not 4?
I do apologize, but you misrepresent what I do. If we look at the wireframes again from this viewpoint.
No, just explain the logic of it. What I want to know is what you're comparing. When you with scenario 2, you're comparing the additional effect to that which exists in scenario 1, as I understand it. Is that correct?
When I assess the effect in scenario 2, I look at the change that will take place of introducing North Lowther in the baseline description of scenario 2.
From scenario 1?
Yeah.
What are you doing with scenario 3? Are you comparing that to the change in the baseline in scenario 3 from scenario 2, or are you comparing it to the change in the baseline from scenario 1?
From scenario 1 and 2 in combination. Because you have to identify whether there is a further steps change as a consequence of changing the baseline and introducing the development in there.
No, I understand that, as I understand it, so that your finding of significance in scenario 2 for viewpoint 10 shows that there are enough, in scenario 2 there are sufficient new wind turbines coming on, the additional effect is significant. But when you get to scenario 3, there's the change between scenario 2 and scenario 3 is in itself significant.
It's not in itself significant, that's correct.
Grateful, I understand that now.
Because it's the same problem, if you like, if you want to call a difference between the visual impact assessment, scenario 1 and 2.
Now, I want to look at the Southern Upland Way in a little bit of detail, and then everyone will be happy we're done with cumulative effect. So can I look at your description under the EIA? So that's CD 1.1, and it's paragraphs 6.359 onwards.
Yeah.
And again, consistent with the other questions, if we're to find an assessment of the impact of North Lowther on baseline position, including what others might call the cumulative impact, we should find it described in these paragraphs. Mm-hmm. And I'd suggest to you, again, akin to the other examples I put, that there is no real consideration of the factors that Mr. Welsh and GLVIA and SNH have indicated should be taken into account when considering what happens when you introduce one wind farm into an existing landscape with wind farms.
there's a clear finding of significant effect in the assessment of introducing North Valley.
But I accept that, but the description that lies behind that finding of significant effect, I suggest to you, is deficient.
I don't agree it's sufficient. We are assessing the visual impact on the existing landscape, and it finds a significant effect, the existing landscape as we see it today.
I think there's something missing here. It's the question of where in these paragraphs does it describe the existing wind farm situation.
Not described in this bit because I consider those in the cumulative assessment. In the cumulative descriptions, I refer to the existing wind farms. And I take the landscape at face value.
Well, if we look at the cumulative situation, you deal with that at 6.470. And what you described there, that you start off, you go straight into scenario 2. But there's no, and describe the views coming from different directions. You've got, and then at 6.472 you do scenario 3, and you reach the views that you reach for the reasons you've explained. But I suggest to you that even if you add those two paragraphs in, there's nothing in there that gives you the detail that a decision maker would expect to have as to the effects of introducing one wind farm into a landscape or onto a route, in this case, which contains more than one wind farm.
I disagree. It says in paragraph 6.470, as the route passes over Wing Head and down to Sanquhar, the group to the north will be increased by Sanquhar 6. This is other wind farms. Hare Hill 2, Sunny Knowe on the lower slopes, and to the south 20 Shilling Hill will mean that there are wind farms either side of the viewer walking down the Southern Upland Way.
But sorry.
So I'm talking about the position of the existing wind farms.
Yes, but the whole purpose of this section of your evidence, as I've understood it, is to try and identify what additional effect there would be of adding a new wind farm into that scenario.
Yeah,
it's not trying to tell you about the baseline effect.
In paragraph 6.471, I go on with these wind farms present, the impression of Nitsdale will be that it has wind farms on either side, and the Southern Upland Way passes between them on the south side of the valley to approach and go through the development on the north side. Westbound, the experience will be of coming from the development area, crossing the valley and ascending between wind farms on the south side of Nitsdale. Views of more wind farms to the west and north will increase the perception of wind farms in the wider landscape, but will not change the fact that the Southern Upland Ways run through the development. But overall, I conclude the effect.
Yeah. But the point I'm putting to you, Mr. Van Grieken, is that those two paragraphs are all aimed at what you've told us is assess the extent of additional effect between scenario 1 and scenario 2. And paragraph 3 is between scenario 2 and scenario 1 and 2 taken together, and 3, whichever way you would like to put it. But they're not telling you about the going through the extent of the factors that Mr. Welsh, GLVIA, have identified. And if you look at the FEIA on the same point, it's even clearer. That's CD 1.11 at paragraph 612. Your reassessment on the Southern Uplands Way doesn't refer to any cumulative factors at all.
Sorry, could you repeat the paragraph, please?
Yes, 6112.
Oh, the FEI.
Yeah.
Apologies, I was looking at the cumulative update. Sorry, Mr. Finlay, could you repeat what you put to me?
Yeah, if you look at 6112, which is your
Yeah.
Assessment under the FEI, is there any reference to other wind farms in that assessment?
There's a reference that more distant turbines on White Dot and Brown Hill.
White Dot and Brown Hill are part of the site, aren't they?
Sorry?
White Dot and Brown Hill are part of the NLEI site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no specific reference to other wind farms.
No, thank you.
But we're dealing with the LVAA here.
Yeah, that's the FEI. Yeah, we've looked at the LVIA on the same point. The reporter can draw his conclusions. I have two more questions or two more points to cover, potentially three, and then I should be done. Can we move away from cumulative matters, and you can put all those documents away?
Yes, I put them away.
Just wait until... In your report at 686, no, it won't be. Sorry, it's the EIA. It's your 716 of your report. You're looking at supplementary guidance and cumulative sensitivity zones. That's the heading. And 716.
716. Okay. Starting with the words according to the summary method.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you about the wind capacity study. And you suggest that it continues a conservative approach. Oh, page 35. Sorry, my apologies. I forgot. So it's paragraph 716 on page 35, or the first paragraph, 716.
Yes, I'm there on page 30.
So we agreed earlier that the wind capacity study is up to date insofar as it considers turbines between 150 and 200 metres, and that it avoids your criticism voiced in the EIA that it doesn't take into account that all wind farms give rise to significant impacts. Why do you suggest that it is conservative nonetheless?
Because I find nowhere a clear indication where, in the opinion of the Council, there is capacity for a lot of for substantial wind energy development. It's actually quite limited. Well, it finds some capacity in the Lowther unit, and it finds, like you reminded me of this morning, of some capacity in the Lammermuir Hills. But
so I'd suggest to you there's no basis for describing it as conservative. It's simply an assessment, neither conservative nor the opposite of conservative. It is what it is.
I accept it as an assessment, but why I refer to the term is it doesn't identify areas which have potential capacity for wind energy.
Well, again, I suggest I disagree with you. We already identified one area where it suggests capacity for turbines between 150 and 200 metres. There are other areas where it identifies capacity for turbines between 100 and 150 metres. That it doesn't identify enough in your viewpoint doesn't make it conservative, just suggests there's a difference of agreement between you. I suggest that your use of the word there, conservative, is part of a continuing attempt to denigrate the wind capacity study, which is undeserved.
I don't want to denigrate the wind farm capacity. I've said already that I think it's a very useful document to identify the relative sensitivities of the landscape to being changed by wind energy development.
Yes, well, that's a limited approach because the wind capacity study clearly goes well beyond simply seeking to identify relative sensitivities. It deals with capacity. Just like the South Lanarkshire study, a combination of studies dealt with capacity as well as sensitivities. And the reporters, as you will have noted in your reading of the Harryburn decision, don't treat it as definitive, but they treat it as relevant material to have regard to. And I'd suggest to you that the approach that you start out on in 716 and continue to develop is to seek to limit the wind capacity study to simply a sensitivity study, which itself is unduly conservative or limited approach to the study. Yeah, that's the question. I mean, you're limiting its approach. It clearly purports to provide guidance on capacity, does it not?
It identifies some areas where there is potential. Let's get a phrase. The Local Development Plan Supplementary Guidance, Part 1, Wind Energy Development Management Considerations in Appendix C, refers to the Nitsdale area on page 34, where it confirms there's no capacity for the plus 150, turbines above 150. And given the key landscape and visual constraints of cumulative effects with operational, under construction, etc. wind farms. It does say that the remaining areas of less developed upland are small in extent and significant landscape and visual constraints are associated with the southern hills of this unit as they are covered by RSA and form an important scenic backdrop to smaller glens and valleys and Drumlandig Castle designed landscape. The study concludes that the capacity is close to being reached in this area of the southern uplands. But it doesn't give me an idea what that capacity is.
I hear what you say, Mr. Van Grieken, and I can comment on that in closing, but I'm not going to take further time on that. The last comment, which is a small point I want to pick up, if you go to paragraph 8.9 of your report, you say D&G's landscape architect also broadly agrees with the findings of the assessment. And S&H has not challenged the findings of significance in the ES and the FEI. D&G's landscape architect's response is in CD 232. I'm not going to ask you to turn it up. But are you seriously suggesting that she is broadly agreeing with your findings of the assessment in that internal consultation response?
I would have to look at that, but as far as it's reported, the landscape position from the council broadly agrees with the findings of the assessment. That surely is based on the advice of the council's landscape architect, ultimately, to agree to the findings of the assessment. As far as I can make out, that's the position of the council.
Well, I've put it to you in that way. I can make submissions on it. The reporter has the document references. One last point, then. In terms of perception of the pattern of wind farm development, that's a perception that could be picked up from travelling on the roads, is it not?
To an extent, yes.
It's also a perception that could be picked up from walking the Southern Uplands Way.
Yes.
And in this regard, the Southern Uplands Way, you were asked by Mr. Steele, if you recall, differences between Harryburn and North Lowther. The Southern Uplands Way runs through the heart of North Lowther and then, I think, up to Lowther Hill and then disappears. I think it's probably the right word, to the south.
Yeah, it doesn't disappear, but I take your point.
It goes out of view, anyway, from either Harryburn or North Lowther. In terms of appreciating the impact on the pattern of development, North Lowther, on the people who use the Southern Uplands Way, North Lowther will have a much more significant impact than Harryburn, will it not?
I have not compared this effect of Harryburn and North Lowther on the experience of walking the Southern Upland Way. But I don't obviously dispute that the Southern Upland Way goes through North Lowther and would not have gone through Harryburn. So you're considerably closer in terms of your experience of wind turbines than walking through a site than walking past the site.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Right, we'll take a break now. It's 3:34, so if we come back at around 10 to 4, we'll pick up with any questions from the Community Council and the Village Council, and then myself. Okay, thank you. Clearer than it did before, but are we happy to continue on the applicant side?
We're happy, sir. Yes. So be it. We're here.
Right, Mr. Godfrey, if you'd like to start any questioning that you have of the witness.
Mr. Van Krieken, you'll be relieved to know that my questioning will be nowhere near as forensic as that of Mr. Finlay. In 7.1 in your inquiry report, you say that you were involved from the outset in the design evolution of the scheme. And following on from that, I was curious to know whether you were involved in the initial preparation of the scheme that was discussed by Buccleuch Estates with the Energy Minister in April 2014. The diagram there was basically it showed a wind farm having 160 turbines over an extensive area of the North Lowther, and also extending through the SPA towards Muirkirk. Were you involved in that at all?
Good afternoon, Mr. Godfrey. I was involved in the general process, yes. I was aware of the scheme, including covering the SPA or going into the SPA. I can't exactly remember the date, but whether that precedes or post-dates that meeting you referred to. But I was definitely aware of the scheme and involved through North Lowther Energy Initiative as an advisor.
Yes, I mean, that scheme obviously was a huge scale, and it was scaled back, and the only sort of two elements of it that seem to be put forward are the current North Lowther scheme and also the Harry Burns scheme. Could you sort of give us some indication of the sort of thinking as to how that came about, if you were aware of it?
No, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't. I'm aware that in that original scheme it covers what later became part of that Harry Burns site as well as the North Lowther site, and obviously the other areas that you refer to, but I don't know about I wasn't made aware of or found it of any relevance to my advice and involvement to know whether there's land ownership or developers, different interests, etc. So I looked at it at one large scheme, irrespective of ownership, boundaries, etc., and gave some initial advice on that.
So when did you actually become involved with, shall we say, paring it down and putting together the North Lowther scheme?
Well, we gave continuing advice, not necessarily about paring it down, but advising the developer, or potential developer, what the effects might be and how we could improve the design. And then the developer takes some of that on board, some of it doesn't take on board. And other factors influence the overall site area that's available as well. Ownership, agreement with landowners. But that's not at all in my bag of issues that I deal with.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so as a landscape professional, you must have felt somewhat uncomfortable with the decision by the applicants to include turbines 10 to 14 on the ridge north of the Menet Pass. Is that the case?
I had recommended those turbines would not be included in the scheme. The reason that they went forward, I understand, is because the developer has to balance factors of yield, etc., and other aspects. It's not just about... And they took a balance, and we assessed the scheme.
I mean, those turbines on the North Ridge of the Menet Pass, I mean, surely, I find it difficult to understand that the developer didn't understand that or didn't realise that those particular turbines would have such a big impact on the pass itself. And indeed, I mean, that was one of the elements that got our respective communities to get really upset about the proposals. Those particular turbines, we just felt that they were so dominant. When I say dominant, you could actually see them at various points along the Menet Pass, and we certainly felt uncomfortable about that. And as you said, from a professional point of view, you clearly. Well, I'm putting words in your mouth here. I don't want to lead you. What was your opinion of those turbines?
My opinion was that in order to avoid avoidable effects on the village of Wanlock Head, by taking those away, we could remove the access track, which would have been visible from Wanlock Head going up that hill ridge. And I wanted to reduce, or if at all possible, totally avoid effects on the Menet Pass, and I recommended that they should be removed from the scheme to achieve those two aims.
In the environmental statement, there was only one visualisation included on the Mennock Pass, and the viewpoint selected, largely sort of shielded out the visibility of the turbines because of the nature of the landform. Why was there only one visualization point selected?
I don't think I would agree with you that there was only one. There was ultimately only one use for a photomontage, but we looked very carefully about the selection of viewpoints to make sure that these are representative of the likely visual effect that may occur from the development. So we agree those viewpoints normally with the local planning authority and with SNH, and we did that in this case. We subsequently looked further at viewpoints. There are a number of wireframes which take a sequence of views along the Mennock Pass. So we picked a viewpoint which best illustrated what the likely effect would be of the developments in views from the Mennock Pass should the development go ahead. Now, you're right, we could have picked another 5 along the Mennock Pass. But we wouldn't have had this. We picked a location where maximum effect was visible, if you like. And there might have been other locations where you would have seen the original proposal from.
Yeah, you say the maximum effect was visible. I mean, I would argue that many of the turbines were actually shielded, and better views.
Sorry, Mr. Godfrey. I'm giving you a wee bit of slack here, but you've got to be careful that you're not giving me the evidence. Okay, you need to ask the question of the witness. So, for example, I think you asked the question, wasn't the viewpoint selected, did the landform not obscure the wind farm? And I think that's a valid question. So, Mr. Van.
They were not selected to obscure the wind farm landform. They were selected to be representative of views that might be had of the proposed development from the Mennock Pass.
Following the submission of the environmental statement, did not SNH get in touch with yourselves? Did not SNH get in touch with yourselves to provide more viewpoints along the Mennock Pass?
I would have to go back to the consultation response to check it. Specifically asked for additional viewpoints. Sorry? Consultation response for SNH. I think they refer to the fact that there might be more positions from which the development would be visible, and a series of wireframes that I referred to was prepared to look at those locations.
Right. So when the further information was provided, indeed, you provided a series of viewpoints along the Mennock Pass, which reflected the removal of those turbines 10 to 14. I did note that somewhere within your evidence you did say that there was no view of these turbines from the Mennock Pass, or no view of the turbines that were going to be proposed on the ridge behind the ones that were removed. But in actual fact, it's my understanding that there are various points along the Mennock Pass where you can still see the tips of turbines. Is that the case?
Check that against the wireframes. I think that you're right in respect of the very southwestern part of the Mennock Pass when you enter from the Nith Valley. There are some positions where you potentially can see some blades of the development. So that's correct. I would note, however, in addition to that, that this is a section where the road is heavily vegetated on both sides, and it may not in practice be visible, but the wireframes show some tips visibility. You are correct.
Yes. Further up the pass, some of the valleys that lead to the towards the north, I did note from the cumulative visual plans that the tips of 2 or 3 turbines were visible at a couple of points. Are you able to sort of confirm that that is the case?
I'm afraid, Mr. Godfrey, you have to be more precise with further locations. Otherwise, we'll be speculating.
Yes. Okay. I'm afraid I can't. I can't. As my laptop's died on me, but yes, there is a document here that. The document in the FEI, document 6.2.
Which one are you looking at, Mr. Godfrey?
It's the large document that's.
Could you please give me the number on it?
Figure 6.2, and that's in.
Zone of theoretical visibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll note that 200 or 300 metres to the west of viewpoint 7, the zone of theoretical visibility would seem to indicate that 1 to 7 tips are visible at that point, and also a couple of 100 metres to the southeast of viewpoint 7 it would indicate that again 1 to 7 tips are available, are visible on the pass.
You may be correct or you may not be correct. It's actually very difficult to see on this scale map whether there is visibility. We test that out further with taking wireframes, and I discussed with you a minute ago that if you go further down the southwest along the Menach Pass, we know there's indeed tips visible.
Yes.
But I think if you go as far south east on that stretch of the Menach Pass, because the road curves and turns briefly to the southeast, it may be possible that there be 1 or 2 tips visible from that particular location.
Right. I did note that there's a cottage down the Menach Pass, and there was that was identified in the FIE in one of the documents, and I can't lay my hand. I can't recall which one it is. I'm afraid I should have been more I should have been more forensic in identifying that. But there is a view from a particular cottage that does show the tips of the turbines, and that's the cottage that leads to a place called Glen Inn. What's the cottage called?
I just know it as the half.
Yeah.
It's one in the left-hand side going down.
It's
a shepherd.
It's a shepherd's cottage on the right-hand side as you go up. You just go beyond the cattle grid, and it's on the right-hand side. And there was a viewpoint from there. But I'm sorry that I haven't been a bit more explicit in identifying that.
So Mr. Godfrey, you've identified this shepherd's cottage. Is there a question about that particular location?
Yeah. You probably won't be able to answer this simply because unless you've got the viewpoint in front of you. What I wanted to say was, can you actually see the tips of turbines from that particular location?
I don't know, because I would have to run a special wireframe to check that, and go to the site to check if that wireframe is anyway obstructed.
Yeah. Can I wonder if I can assist? Did Mr. Godfrey say that in fact was a viewpoint in any event? I didn't quite hear what was said, because if it is, then there may be an answer to it.
I was assuming it might be in the residential visibility amenity assessment.
Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Edwards. I think it was in that section.
I'll give the applicant a second just to find that document and check if Shepherd's Cottage is referred to.
Yes, that's it.
What's that?
Glen Inn Cottage.
Glen Inn, yeah.
Yeah, Glen Inn Cottage going up to Glen Inn itself.
Could someone at the back help Mr. Godfrey by finding that document for him? Unless you have it there, Mr. Godfrey. FEI 6.54, figure 6.54. Yes. Mr. Godfrey, the witness here has confirmed that one blade tip would be available from that location. Is that sufficient for you to ask your question?
Yes. You've actually answered my question. So there is some visibility from along one or 2 points along the Mennet Pass. Right. Thank you. Okay, can we move on to the sort of scale of landscape? In paragraph 1.8 of your precognition, you say that the landscape character type has a sort of large scale to it, and the scale of the hills are appreciated from a distance, particularly when viewed from high vantage points. Is it the case that with the sort of orthodoxy relating to large-scale landscapes, that these have a capacity to accommodate large turbines.
It is generally agreed that larger scale landscapes are more capable of accommodating large scale developments, and in this case wind farm, than small scale landscapes. So yes, the scale of the landscape influences our judgment in terms of the ability of the landscape to accommodate wind energy development.
Yeah, I mean, I do have some difficulty with this concept myself. I mean, you'll be familiar with Whiteley wind farm, presumably.
I am.
Yeah. How would you characterise the landform there?
Well, the landform in Whiteley is gently undulating, very open.
Yes. And would you say that the turbines are relatively contained if you look at them from a distance? Sorry, this is at Whiteley. Yeah.
Not particularly contained. They're quite widely visible from the surrounding landscape.
Right. Okay. But if you have a situation where you have high land and you put turbines on basically on the ridges on that high land, are not those turbines going to be visible from over a large area, other things being equal?
No, actually, surprisingly perhaps, but if we consider where we are as people and move through our landscape, we tend to be mostly in the valleys, except when we walk in the hills, we're clearly on the hills. And therefore, whilst theoretically an object on an elevated location, such as a wind turbine on a ridge, is, like you said, that's very widely visible. It may actually not be visible from the surrounding landscape as readily as a wind farm in more lowland or flatter landscapes, such as Whiteley.
Right.
Because there is lots of topographic interference of the ability to see view, to look at those ridges.
Right, okay, thank you. You sort of clarified that for me. Can we move on now to sort of distinctiveness? You make quite a big play of the sort of distinctiveness of landscapes, particularly in your inquiry report. And do you not feel that there's perhaps a psychological element in determining distinctiveness?
I try to analyze what underpins or not underpins any reference to distinctiveness of this landscape. So I set out how I analyze it. You are right, perceptual aspects, our response, emotions, etc. can all contribute how we people experience the landscape. But in assessments, we try and create as many objective tests or criteria to evaluate what those effects are. Like I said this morning, I have judged all the effects to be adverse, but I know for a fact that some people would say, I like turbines on the hills. They would not see them as adverse. But to assess it, I take a precautionary approach. I say the reporter should consider those effects to be adverse, but he may wish to take into account that not everybody necessarily experiences such effects as adverse. And that's our personal experience, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I did note that in paragraph 7.36 of your inquiry report, you identify various mountains which you think are distinctive. And then in the following paragraph, you identify mountains which are not distinctive. And you argue that Ben Lomond is not distinctive. Personally, I would feel that Ben Lomond is distinctive. But so what I'm saying is there can be a difference of opinion as to what, on the part of the individual, as to what a distinctive element in the landscape is.
May I correct you, though? I don't say that Ben Lomond is not distinctive. I say there are cultural associations that make them distinctive, and I list Ben Lomond as an example where the cultural association, or Cairngorm as an example where cultural associations make them distinctive. In addition, there's potential other effects. What I tried to do in that paragraph is to set out a number of examples which I think we people in Scotland generally would quickly associate with being distinctive. We all recognize them. Sylvan, Ben Nevis, the Anachige Ridge, the Skye Ridge. We see that as distinctive. But if I go and ask about Ben Chauncey, would we all know what we're talking about? I don't see that as a particularly distinctive hill, mountain. It's one of the Munros. And that's what I try and articulate.
Yes, but
something needs to spring out, be readily identifiable.
But you're looking at distinctiveness with perhaps a professional eye. I mean, the average man in the street may have a different view to that. In that if you don't go out to the country very often, then and you go away happen to go away for a day or on holiday in a country area, would you not agree that that person may have a different view of what is distinctive landscape from yourself?
I totally agree that people will have views on distinctiveness.
Yeah. Right. May I just read you a couple of paragraphs, very short. It's a description of sort of going up the Mennock Pass, and I'll sort of get you to sort of comment on that at the end, if that's acceptable to yourself, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, if you just tell us what you're reading from.
Yes, indeed. It's actually from the statement of objection that Leadhills Community Council put in. It's CD 215, and on page 27, it's a description by Dorothy Wordsworth of travelling up the Mennock Pass. And this was in 1803. After ascending a little while, we heard the murmur of a stream far below us and saw it flowing downwards on our left towards the Nith, and before us, between steep green hills, coming along a winding valley. The simplicity of the prospect impressed us very much. We now felt, indeed, that we were in Scotland, that there was a natural peculiarity in this place. In the scenes of the Nith, it had not been the same as in England, but yet not simple, naked Scotland. The road led us down the hill, and then there was no room in the vale but for the river and the road. We had sometimes the stream on our right, sometimes on our left. The hills were pastoral, but we did not see many sheep. Green, smooth turf on the left, no ferns. On the right, heath plants grow in abundance, of the most exquisite colour. It covered the whole hillside. Or was it in streams or patches? We travelled along the vale without appearing to ascend for some miles. All the reaches were beautiful in exquisite proportion. The hills seemed very high from being so near to us. It might have seemed a valley which nature had kept to herself for pensive thoughts and tender feelings. But we were reminded at every turn of the road of something beyond by the coal carts which were travelling towards us. Although these carts broke in on the tranquillity of the glen, they added much to the picturesque effects of the different views, which indeed wanted nothing, through perfectly bare, houseless and treeless. And obviously that, that description could almost apply today, but would you not agree that Dorothy Wordsworth felt that there was a distinctness to that particular location?
I'm quite happy to accept that that's one of the things she might have considered when she wrote this. I don't know. It's a perception, a description of what she experienced when she was in the manor class at that time. Whether she would call it distinctive or not, she doesn't say.
Oh no,
I don't know.
She doesn't say, but there's an implication there that she did find that landscape impressive, is there not?
It says what it says. She's clearly attached to it. It doesn't specifically say it's distinctive or what conclusions she drew. She tries to articulate her feelings, her view, her experience.
Yes, but a modern day person could, arriving at that, travelling up the Mennock Pass, could also have similar feelings then.
Yes, and it could be a whole range of feelings. There may be people coming to pan for gold. There may be people who want to come in a camper van and just put it up overnight. There may be people who just drive through it. They may all have different experiences.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Relating to those experiences, I'm just thinking of the receptors the walkers who use the Southern Upland Way. We've looked at the viewpoints from the Lowther Hill previously, and from sort of Wing Hill. Would you not agree that as you're walking along the Southern Upland Way towards the Lowthers from those two directions, or towards the development site from those two directions, would you not agree that you have a sort of expansive panorama in front of you, and that the proposed wind farm would make a big impact upon those panoramic views?
The assessment has confirmed that there is a significant effect on the views and experience from the Southern Upland Way for about a 15 kilometre stretch, I think, between Winghead and Lowther Hill. So it acknowledges that.
Yes. And once you're walking along the Southern Upland Way from Sanquhar, you experience the sort of effect of seeing the turbines on, or would see the turbines on Conrig Hill, and the hill to the right, and there's a sort of sequential effect as you walk along the Southern Upland Way. You would get a changing sort of dynamic of your view of the turbines.
There are changing views, and there are some sequences where you have effects, yes.
Yes. And where you sort of drop down over the coal and down to I'm trying to remember the name of the little ruined farm that's there. Cog's Head, yes, of course. You've been in a situation there where you'll be virtually surrounded by turbines.
Yeah.
Yeah. And would you not feel that that would have quite a profound impact on people walking along the Southern Upland Way at that point?
It may have a profound effect on some people, it may not on others.
Right, but I mean, some of the turbines would be within 200 or 300 metres of the Southern Upland Way.
Yes, and I'm not sure whether this is before the inquiry, but the Hairstains Extension Inquiry report, and we can check whether it's under court, discusses the point of effects on the Southern Upland Way. And in that particular occasion, the reporter concluded that it would not deter people from walking the Southern Upland Way if the development was built. But it's several years ago. I can't remember this. So
yes,
on some people it may have a profound effect, on others it hasn't.
Yes. Okay, I don't want to stray off the sort of landscape element, but okay, I think that really sort of concludes my sort of questions, Mr. Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Just for clarification, I think probably CD 7.38 and 39, they talk about the Hairstains extension. Okay.
Mr. Edwards, I wonder if I can beg your indulgence. Could I ask just, it's actually a twofold question of the current witness, if that would be okay?
Yes, well, now's the opportune time, so yes.
In your evidence earlier, you stated quite clearly that the views were awe-inspiring. Why is this the case? And would they be still as awe-inspiring if this development went ahead?
I did use the word awe-inspiring, not in the context you're not quoting me correctly. I said that in some documents, the scale of the landscape has been described as awe-inspiring. That's different from me saying the view is awe-inspiring.
Yes,
the scale of the landscape is awe-inspiring in terms of its scale and size.
So if the scale of the landscape is awe-inspiring, and you are interrupting that landscape with the development, would it still be awe-inspiring? Would the scale still be awe-inspiring? Would you still be looking at it and thinking, this is huge, this is magnificent? Or would you be looking at it, this is huge, this is magnificent, it's got an industrial plant on top of it? Sorry, I've no...
Get the witness to answer that.
Sorry.
The scale of the landscape would not change as a result of the development. So in that sense, it would still be awe-inspiring scale.
So in all the places around Scotland that there's been very little huge developments, they wouldn't diminish the surrounding area? A nuclear plant wouldn't diminish the surrounding... Not that I'm comparing the wind farm to a nuclear plant, but it's still renewable energy. So you wouldn't count that as diminishing the area. This is your opinion, of course. You wouldn't count that as diminishing the area, in your opinion.
I am giving evidence in terms of the effect on landscape. If the landscape is we talked earlier this morning, or this afternoon, I can't remember if it was this morning or this afternoon, about the scale of the landscape and how that makes it more or less suitable to wind energy development. That scale doesn't change. Others described it as awe-inspiring. I confirmed that I think it's of large scale. I wouldn't use the term awe-inspiring in respect of that landscape, but it is of large scale, and I use it as an example that some people go a step further than calling it large. They call it awe-inspiring in terms of scale, and that's what I commented on.
I think I've got my point across. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibb. Right. I'm afraid I have quite a few questions. There's quite a few documents have been submitted, and for my own purposes, I need to understand what's being said. So I'm going to return first to this morning and your exchange with Mr. Finlay, and it's the Harryburn Wind Farm report. I'm not sure if we have a core document number for that yet.
752.
And I just want to take you back to that paragraph that you were taken to, paragraph 3.154. I want to understand, in terms of that paragraph and the conclusions made by the reporters, where it's referring to the area. So it says there at the end, all are important elements of that regionally indeed distinct, nationally distinctive character. What area do you think that that's referring to? Is it referring to the Harryburn application site, or is it referring to the area that Dr. Wimble has identified in document DS01, the approximate area where there's a distinctive characteristics?
Apologies, sir, my document's gone out of order, so I need to just find the paragraph again. Because it's a loose leaf version. But 3.154, wasn't it? Thanks, Alison.
Just again to you, I want to understand, is it talking about Area 74? Is it talking about just the application site, or is it talking about this wider area that Dr. Wimble refers?
In the middle of the paragraph, it refers to Area 74. And it goes on to say, of course, what it says in the next paragraph, we share the view of Scottish natural heritage, the Council and third parties that the characteristics of smoothly domed hills and insides, glens, narrow passes, past mining activity and settlements, and the distinctive upland villages of Let Hills and Wanaka are all important elements that are of that regionally and indeed nationally distinctive character.
That's all I need on that. In terms of, there was some reference to Lead Hills and removal of turbines through the design phases. And I wondered, was the removal of the turbines in the Lead Hills settlement, was that in response to what you found in the residential visual amenity assessment?
That would have been one of the considerations, but the main reason was to avoid visibility from, as much as possible, from either of the villages, including Lead Hills. including from that hills. And that has been achieved. And as a consequence, if you now look at the approach to Wanlet Head from that hills area, we don't see the wind farm until we get even over the watershed. And if we approach from the other side, through the Mennock Pass, we've also substantially reduced potential visibility.
I'm hoping to get through these in short effect if we can. So, if you look at your recognition, paragraph 1.6, yeah, okay, Mr. Finley's already taken you to the Eskdale Muir situation in terms of 150 to 200 metre high turbines. But you say at 1.6 that there's no capacity for turbines in excess of 150 metres to tip in Dumfries and Galloway. And I'm wondering why is that relevant to this application? Is it to do with the capacity study saying that if you're within a few metres you should identify and assess the larger typology?
Context that the boundaries between topologies are actually quite blurred. The last topology is 80 to 150 meters, which is it's a very large range. And the capacity in terms of the ability of the landscape to accommodate, say, 80 meter high turbines is quite a lot different from 150 meters. So I don't think we should be too strict about 150.
So in that context, for my purposes, should I be looking at this as a large and a very large proposal?
I suggest you should look at it as a large proposal in terms of both its size, using the turbines up to 149 pigs, and in terms of its potential output. It's a reasonably large scheme in terms of potential output, but that's not a landscape issue. But it's nevertheless a large proposal in that context too. Well, if you were able, sir, to define which categories you would call very large, then that's the difficulty.
I'm not categorizing them. I think they're categorized in the capacity study as over 150 meters is very large.
Yes, I wouldn't categorize it as that.
Okay, if you move on to the next paragraph in your recognition, you suggest that placing turbines along ridge lines is a logical response to the topography. Could you explain why that is?
Yes, it makes it more legible to us when we read the developments from the surrounding landscape. Not necessarily from every location, because of course with the geometry of turbines, if we move 30 degrees around the compass, we get a different composition. But at the Clyde wind farm, for example, if we drive along the M8, come around the corner by Crawford and Abington, we have a view of the ridgeline, Chewskill Hill Ridge. And I designed that to be on the ridge and reflect the ridge. In other words, what you almost do is create a second ridge line above the topographic ridge of the hill. Elevate it, put the turbines on top, you reflect the shape of the ridge with the turbines. And that creates a more balanced composition. It makes it easier, even for people who don't want to accept the development or are concerned about it, to understand the relationship of the turbines with the land, topography, and provide a clearer image. It's a design principle which is, I think, generally very well accepted and widely used.
Now, thank you. Moving on to paragraph 1.9, we've already discussed this reference to large-scale hills, but could you just explain to me what features this actually refers to? I mean, is it to do with the large geographical area, and or is it to do with elevation and dips in hills and landform?
A combination of those factors. it was, if we'd had slightly better weather on Lowther Hill when we were on the site visit, we would all have seen it simultaneously, but I know that you've been up there. I refer to the ability to see the moorland of the southern upland hill over an extensive area, so the distance, we take on board the distance that includes that. The broad nature of the ridges which you could see, the large sense of plateaus that are within those ridges. So that's a very large, an experience of a very large landscape. So it's made up of several factors. And it's, of course, described as such in the landscape character assessments.
Yeah, we were on site last week. Glengabber Hill was probably the best that we could see last week. I was up yesterday. Is that true of the summits and when you're walking the ridges? But when you're in the dips and valleys, is that description of the landscape still true?
Obviously, when one is in a valley, the open expanse is not necessarily visible. It may be if we look out of the valley, if the valley opens up to an even lower lying landscape, you might have. But if you're within the One Look Water Valley, then your views are contained within that valley. But if you're traveling through that landscape, going over the hills, back in the valley, next on a plateau, along a ridge, back into a valley, you experience it overall as a large landscape.
Right. At paragraph 119, again in your recognition, you refer to a gradual change from a landscape with occasional wind farms to one of a landscape with turbines. I just want to confirm you're not saying that it's moving to a wind farm landscape, but the area would maintain its southern upland characteristics, but with the presence of wind turbines.
Correct.
Now, if we move on to the next paragraph, 120 in your recognition, you suggest the proposed wind farm be part of a cluster. Now, if you look at core document 122A, which is it's actually the cumulative figure 6.7 of the FEI, the cumulative update. Could you just highlight to me where you're talking about in terms of the cluster?
To repeat your question, please.
Yeah, it's just in relation to paragraph 120. You identify 3 clusters, and I'm wondering if you could just highlight those to me in reference to CD 1.22A.
Those would be the clusters on the west side of the Nith Valley.
Will you refer to them south of Nithsdale, to the south of Douglas Water Valley, and to the east of the River Clyde have formed clusters? And I just want to understand which wind farms are within those clusters.
Well, the River Clyde, in respect of that, the Clyde wind farm in respect of to the east. I refer to the cluster around Undershore and Middlemuir and Calawistle, which is to the actual hill. That's a cluster. The clusters on the west side of the Nith Valley are clusters. And so we've got Hare Hill, phase 1, phase 2, Sanquhar, Whiteside is forming a cluster. We've got to the north, Undershore, Middlemuir, Calawistle is forming a cluster because wind farms become concentrated in an area. We go to the east, ultimately to the east of the M8 and to the east of the M74 and partly to the west of the Clyde with Clyde extension, and I think it's called I forgot the name of the wind farm. It's consented to the further east to that. And to the south, further distance to the south, there are some clusters.
So looking at my plan here, things like 20 Shilling Hill, that's not within a cluster at the minute.
Not within a strong cluster, no.
Okay.
It's not.
And the consented Penbrack and Kennock's Head, they're not within a cluster at the minute.
I suppose Kennock's Head and Penbrack could begin to form a cluster, small cluster.
And are these distinct clusters, or do you think that they're beginning to form together?
In respect of what happens to west of the Nith Valley, there is Sandy now, Harrow Phase 1, Harrow Phase 2, Sanquhar 6, you can have Whiteside, etc. That's a very strong cluster up emerging. Others are slightly weaker, just looser. But the reference you started off with, the transition from landscape with occasional wind farms to landscape with wind farms, preceding a wind farm landscape, is applicable to quite a wide extent of the southern upland area.
Just on this cluster point, the application site and the proposal for the turbines here, are they part of a cluster, or would they be part of a cluster, or are they independent?
There's some distance from the North-Outer side to the wind farms we talked about. There's a distance to Clyde, there's a distance to Middlemuir, there's some distance to Kennock Head. So I wouldn't call the single wind farm a cluster, because that would distinguish it from other areas which have multiple wind farms in it.
It just leads on to my point. Dr. Wimble refers to the South Lanarkshire wind capacity study suggestion that wind farms should have a separation distance of preferably in excess of 10 kilometres. Do you agree with that premise?
No. I think when the wind energy development started in Scotland, there was a suggestion made that there should be spaces, gaps between wind energy development. In fact, at the Clyde inquiry, if I may refer you to that again, the reporter David Gordon referred to maintaining distances between Clyde and other developments, for example with hairstains, etc. But that was against the context existing then. Since then, there's a lot of changes happened both in targets and policy support for renewable energy. And there has been a consequential effect of that has been to either reduce or to even to remove such constraints requiring a 10-kilometer gap between clusters or individual wind farms. And it's been, in my opinion, a move towards considering each wind farm on its merits, rather than taking a simple rule, it needs to be 10 kilometers from the nearest development. Which has not necessarily any basis on evaluation of landscape and visual effects.
Paragraph 123 of your recognition, you refer to a heavily modified man-made landscape. Could you just explain what you meant by that?
Yes. What I meant by that is that one of the experience you have if you go in this area is the remnants of the mining activity that was here. There was extensive mining. In fact, if you drive up from Crawfordjohn and you arrive in Let Hills, before you get to Let Hills, on the right-hand side we can see how the hills were modified by us people, by damming the top of the hills, letting water rush down in order to attempt to expose lead or zinc veins. There's numerous adits, there's numerous spoil hips on the slopes in the horizon. So we can see that we people have extensively used and modified that landscape. It's not a natural landscape, it's not untouched. And that's what I refer to. So it's heavily used in the past and will continue to be heavily used in the future. Potentially with wind farm or other uses.
In any way, are you using that as an argument to promote the wind farm, as in it's a continuing human influence or on the landscape?
I don't promote the wind farm. I would consider that as in coming to an effect judgment. So we're not assessing, in my view, the introduction of the wind farm in this landscape against the virgin landscape or against a landscape that has been not changed by us people. So another change it may be appropriate, in my view, to consider another change, which is introducing North Lowther, should be seen in that context.
Now, Dr. Wimble, in his recognition, suggests that the proposed development would lead to a feeling of being surrounded by wind farms, particularly in Nithsdale. Do you agree with that?
I don't think you'd be surrounded by wind farms in Nithsdale. There will be clearly wind farms visible, depending on where you are in Nithsdale, on both sides of the valley. But surrounded would not be correct.
Now, Mr. Godfrey refers to the impact of the extensive network of roadways, and S&H have raised concerns with the visualizations underplaying the impact of tracks, i.e. cuts, in the landscape. Does the ESFEI identify any significant landscape or visual impacts with regard to access tracks?
Access tracks are considered in the overall judgment. So it has considered but it hasn't attributed specific significance or cost. Let's start again. If I look at, take you back to the reasons why we recommended removal of the 5 turbines on 10 to 14. One of the considerations was the removal of the access track. So that's a clear example where the access track and the turbines, the effect on the Manic Pass, in combination, we reasoned they should be removed because of avoiding taking those potential effects away. That includes access tracks. And access tracks have been considered throughout the assessment. Now, what S&H comment on is that they are not, in their opinion, shown in the visualizations. But if I look at some of the viewpoints that Mr. Finlay took me to, for example, from Croik and from Nith Valley, there are no access tracks visible because we designed the wind farm to avoid such visibility.
Well, that's my question. Are they shown in the visualizations?
Yes, where they're visible, they are shown. Sorry.
Do you agree with Mr. Godfrey that One Lock Head and indeed the northern Lowther Hills have a perception of remoteness?
I think some people would have that perception of remoteness. Yeah, if you leave the M74 and you travel through first Led Hills and then into One Lock Head, you are relatively remote, yes.
I think it was put to you before about the Harryburn case, and I think within that report it refers to an empty landscape and the characteristic of emptiness. Is that a characteristic that you feel the application site shares?
No, because it's clearly not empty. It's got commercial forestry within it, including on the application site. We saw last week that some of that's been felled and will be replanted. So we see other features, the Lowther Hill Raider and the Raider Mast and the golf ball. There's obviously the settlements themselves, which are not empty. So I wouldn't describe it as empty.
Just for my own clarification, in terms of we're not here to discuss the Harryburn case directly, but in terms of the Harryburn site, do you know, was it possible to see Lowther Hill and the apparatus that was on top of it?
Last bit.
Yes, do you know from the Harryburn site, was it possible, and I know that Mr. Welch has provided ZTVs with the two, I just wondered, do you know, could you see, or was the apparatus on Lowther Hill, Green Lowther, could you see that from the Harryburn site?
So, yeah. You can clearly see it from the North Lowther side, so I would expect, given the proximity and distance and the topography in general terms, you'd see it from the Harryburn side.
Mr. Godfrey's taken you through this slightly, but paragraph 12.8, this practitioner refers to what he describes as an uncomfortable experience for walkers on the Southern Upland Way at distance of 200 to 300 metres from the nearest turbines. Now, you've referred to, you think some people would feel that, but not everyone. And you made reference to hair stains. But I want to understand, in this situation, I understand that I think turbine 18 or so is about 190 metres from any walker, potentially. So is there anywhere in Scotland where a built wind farm has that proximity to a walking route?
I don't know about a walking route with, such as the Southern Upland Way or the West Highland Way, where there's a turbine within 180 metres. But there are almost endless potential walking routes within that. There's this paths and tracks on wind energy sites are extensively used by walkers and mountain bikers and other people who use the landscape for the purpose of walking or recreation.
Would there be any that you would recommend that I would visit to understand a comparable impact to the one that might be experienced here?
You could walk on Clyde Wind Farm, which is in a similar landscape. Of course, Whiteley has got a visitor centre which promotes active access to. It's a different landscape we talked about, but it's worth noting that it's promoted for access. There are other wind farms within Commissioners Forestry which have tracks and paths which are promoted for access.
Now, Dr. Wimble suggests within his inquiry report, paragraph 7.8, that no core paths were assessed as part of the LVIA. Now, I had a look earlier, and you'll forgive me for having a look for it again. Within the ES Volume 1, there's a figure, 13.3. I wonder if you have a look at that. That's local tourist attractions, accommodation providers, and recreational routes. Okay. Now, could you maybe not walk me through it, but could you tell me, in reference to these recreational routes, which, if any, other than the Southern Upland Way, did you assess as part of the ES and FEI?
Some of these are assessed in the context of, with reference to viewpoints. For example, if we took one of the routes referred to this morning, there's four, I think, mentioned in Dr. Wimble's inquiry report. There's a minor road running around Sanquhar from northwest to southeast, which is represented by the viewpoint in Sanquhar, of course. The path that runs up from Ochentafse Moor, we've looked at that viewpoint this morning again, or this afternoon. There's a track that goes up into the site. That's been represented by that viewpoint.
Sorry, just for my clarification. So in Sanquhar, these core paths you're saying were represented by viewpoint 9, which is from the golf course, and then from the moor, which would be core path 108. You're saying that's represented by viewpoint 9.
Yeah. So a number of these paths. A number of these paths have been represented by viewpoints and considered in viewpoint. But if you ask me, have we considered all these core paths on their own to do a description of what the effect on that core path is? The answer is no, we have not. We've done it by reference.
I'm having difficulty hearing that one. If you could.
Then I would say no, we have not, but we've done with reference to viewpoints, considered the effect on recreational routes in the area.
I just want to jump back now. We don't need that anymore. You described this morning differences between the Harryburn site and the application site, and I think you made particular reference to two valleys and how they were different to the two valleys in this case. Now, could you describe, are those the only differences between the site, or are there others? And could you also, in your opinion, do you think that the application site shares the same characteristics of that as the Harryburn site in terms of what's been described as the core or the heart of the southern uplands?
What I tried to describe this morning is when we look at the Harryburn site, on either side of the Harryburn site is a valley, an incised valley. Both of those valleys are of a different landscape character type. And both of those valleys are significantly, and if used in the opinion of the reporter, dominantly affected by the proposed Harryburn site. If we look at North Lowther, it's got valley on either side. The Croix-Quarter Valley is the same landscape character type as North Lowther site. The Mennock Pass is a different landscape character type. We don't judge there to be a residual significant effect on the Mennock Pass. That's been taken away with the revision to the scheme. And there is some effect on the Croix-Quarter as part of the landscape character effect, which is explained in the landscape assessment in the ES. I went on to say that if I look at the description of Area 74, there are only 3 elements which are specific to Area 74. From memory, these are I won't do this from memory.
You took us to your inquiry report and you talked about deep glens and other features. So those are the things that you think are, I'm trying to understand, is there any distinction between the two sites?
Yes, because there's a difference in the presence of those features, in the presence of those features, and the effect on those features.
Now, moving back to what Dr. Wimble has to say. Dr. Wimble provides a critique of your assessment of the road between Nethercog and Spangle Farm at paragraph 7.71 of his inquiry report. Mm-hmm. Could I get you to look at that and could you comment, please?
7.7. 7.17. Sorry, sir, I might have the wrong reference. Are you referring to Dr. Wimble's inquiry report 7.7?
7.71.
7.71. Dr. Wimble agrees with the assessment of primary effect for the section. He then goes on to say, he queries a number of details of that assessment. And he points out that the varied assessment of sensitivity. As a whole, he just had to be of high sensitivity. But when we consider the viewpoint, specific viewpoint that goes by, we just have to be of low sensitivity when you're at that viewpoint. Because, and Crawfordjohn, we just had to be of medium sensitivity, and viewpoint 11 and B7 was again given a low sensitivity. Because there's a difference between judging the overall effect, the overall sensitivity of a route, say, which we judge to be of high sensitivity, as opposed to the significance of a very localized area. When you're at a viewpoint, you take into account the sensitivity of that viewpoint location. And they are not necessarily the same.
Makes sense. You clarified that to me. Now, I just have a few questions remaining on cumulative impact. And I think Mr. Finlay took you through most of it this afternoon. So, from my understanding, Dr. Wimble refers to standalone effects, in-combination effects, and additional effects, suggesting that you don't assess the in-combination effects. Now, and this may be for Mr. Bell next week, but my understanding is that LDP policy in 1, renewable energy, and that's of the current local development plan, requires an assessment of in-combination effects. Is that right?
I take your word for that. You say that's what it says in the development plan, and that's what it says in the development plan.
I'm reading it as a quotation, so yes. I mean, it might be one for Mr. Bell next week. Now, if we look at the GVLIA, Power 718, we don't even need to look at it because I think Mr. Finlay took you to it before. Now, that refers to gaining agreement on whether to assess in combination or additional effects. You agree with that? Yeah. You do, right. Now, I think I have this right, that there wasn't a direction, but was there any discussion with SNH or the Council about which approach to take in terms of assessing cumulative effects? And so on, without having a direction, you chose to take the in addition rather than the in combination approach.
That's correct, but in addition to that, I took that approach because I think it leads to an assessment which identifies effects that could influence the decision, the balance. And again, and perhaps says it, if I look at the findings of the assessment of Dr. Wimble, and I've done so again in the lunch break, I cannot find a single occasion where Dr. Wimble has a significant effect in his LVIA or in his scenario 1 that not also leads to a significant effect in scenario 2 and in scenario 3. So every finding of significant effect in a standalone assessment is carried through in a significant effect. How does it help you to come to a decision? What I try and do is to say, if I look at scenario 2 and viewpoint 10, for example, I think it's 10, I find a significant effect in scenario 2, but a non-significant effect in scenario 3. There's a distinction.
I understand your approach. I understand, well, I will further understand Dr. Wimble's approach when his evidence is given. And I was going to ask you about the risks and the benefits of your approach compared to the other approach, but I understand that now from what you've discussed today. What I'd like to know, I only have 2 further questions. One, in terms of SNH and Dumfries and Galway Council, in your experience, do they normally direct whether or not it should be in combination or in addition?
No, they normally direct, follow the guidance of SNH and the Landscape Institute.
Following on from that, at any point during communications with SNH or the Council, until we got to the inquiry stage, had anyone said to you, your methodology in terms of using an in addition rather than in combination approach is flawed?
No.
my final question, and I think this is back to your argument that you've been posing today about cumulative and your approach to it. At para 5.19 of your inquiry report, you refer to double counting and cumulative impacts. Is that the reason for your approach, that your fear is that a standalone impact and a cumulative impact from the same location could lead to an effect which is double counted?
Yeah, that is of concern. Clearly, decision makers like yourself, advisors on decision-making plans, will not simply take the number of significant effect and say it got 35 here, so it's going to be a refusal, or it got 28 there, and it's not going to be a refusal. You're going to weigh things properly in the balance. But what I try and articulate by the reference to double counting is, and I come back to this question, does it help you to have these findings repeated? And there is the potential that the impression is given by, if I refer you back to my previous answer just a few minutes ago, if you look at Dr. Limbo, you only find significant effects. And my approach avoids that potential for giving weight to the number of significant effects. It asks you to consider what is actual change. I don't think I articulated that very well, but
I understand your approach. Thank you. That's my questions. So it's 5:15. I really feel we have to clear the hall by 6, or we're going to have a problem. Mr. Steele, is that sufficient time for you to re-examine our witness?
I really have to finish before 6 then, sir. It's simple. Yes, I'll make sure that I do, one way or another. I'll take it as rapidly as I can. Starting at the end first, Mr. Van Grieken, the learned reporter asked you if anybody had said your methodology was flawed. That's in relation to the cumulative issues in particular. Could we look at the statement of agreed matters, please? Do you have that to hand? Could you look, please, at paragraph 2.6? And to save time, and we can read for ourselves what it says, but does that agree that the LVIA has identified the majority of likely significant and visual effects of the development, firstly? And 4 lines in,
it's agreed that the methodology employed in the assessment of landscape and visual effect of the proposed development follows relevant good practice guidance and accords with the Landscape Institute and Institute of Environmental and Assessment Guidelines and Visual Impact Assessment Third Edition.
In fairness, it then goes on to say it's also agreed that this guidance is not prescriptive, and there may be differences.
Yeah.
But is there any hint of a criticism, or that you've used a flawed methodology, or is quite the opposite agreed between the parties?
Quite the opposite has been agreed.
A friend has to be careful of leading something which is entirely contrary to paragraph 222 of the same document, which says the cumulative assessment and its findings regarding the extent of significant effects have not been agreed. So yes, it clearly distinguishes between the LVIA and the cumulative assessment.
I'm coming to that, if I may. Can I just repeat the proposition I was putting to you? So far as this is concerned, this paragraph is concerned, does this agree that the methodology employed was in accordance with the GVLIA?
Yes.
And if we then go and look at paragraph 2.24, could you read out what that says, please?
It says, overall, it is agreed that the applicant's LVIA and further environmental information have accurately identified the likely significant landscape and visual effects of the proposal, subject to paragraph 2.6 above. However, the extent and findings of the cumulative assessment have not been agreed. There's no reference to methodology there.
Thank you. And if we can go, please, to paragraph 2.22, which the learned friend is anxious to draw our attention to, could you please read that out?
The cumulative assessment and its findings regarding the extent of significant effect have not been agreed.
Does that relate to methodology?
No.
Or the findings regarding significance?
It does not refer to methodology. It refers to the findings regarding the extent of significant effects.
Now, has at any stage during this process of the application process or within this negotiation of this document was it said that your methodology was flawed?
No.
And it was the first time that was suggested to you for the purposes of this inquiry?
Yes.
Also, I've suggested his methodology is flawed. My questions were seeking to understand it and suggest that the results of it led to underreporting. I have not suggested the methodology itself was flawed.
That's my word. I used that word, so I apologise for that. What I meant to say was, had it at any time been questioned? And I think I had an answer to that. So thank you. So the word flawed might...
If the Council are not suggesting the methodology is flawed, then we're in agreement about the matter.
Suggested now I understand it. I understand the methodology. It has its impacts and the way it's been undertaken. I have concerns about it. But as a methodology, it is a logical methodology. And I think that's the position Mr. Van Grieken and I reached in cross-examination.
Right. Mr. Van Grieken, let's make, if I can, as much progress as possible. So far as walkers and proximity of walkers to wind turbines, might the Whiteley Visitor Centre be a good place to visit?
That's what I refer to.
And how close are walkers encouraged to go, and cyclists and horse riders, to turbines? And how close do they go?
Stand underneath them.
Well,
touch them.
Indeed. Does that seem to deter people from going, or is that a popular attraction?
It's a popular attraction, but I don't know whether people are deterred from going.
Now, can I go, please, to the issue of Harrisburn and paragraph 3.154? Sorry, yes. Now, you're asked the question as to what area was referred to. This, well, that's been brought to you, this related to an appeal against an objection. It wasn't an appeal, that's rubbish. I think it was a section 36, but in any event, it was an inquiry into objections in relation to the scheme, is that so, on a red line drawing? Do you think it likely or unlikely that the learned two reporters there had site visits and took evidence in relation to the entire area, 74, or to the site itself, the red line site itself?
They will definitely have taken evidence in respect of the red line site itself.
I wasn't there, but I know that you were there. Do you think it likely or unlikely that the learned reporters would be in a position to make detailed findings about the entire Area 74?
No, because that was not their role.
Sorry?
That was not... They were required to assess the effects of the site Harrisburn.
And if we look for guidance about this matter, if we look at paragraph 3.155, do they refer to the particular site-specific impacts?
Yes, it says so. It says particular site-specific impact of this development on the distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills. So it talks about site-specific impacts.
And then at 3.156, having set that out, they reach their conclusions on the matter. Is that so?
That's correct.
Now, on the question of distinctive character, we can see what paragraph 3.154 says. But could I ask you to look at the Minister's decision on the matter, 27 September 2019. Do you have that to hand?
Sorry, just a core document reference number again.
Thank you. If we look, please, at page 5, where we see the conclusion of the reporters.
Yeah.
If you look at the seventh bullet point, which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh bullet point, which is the territory that we are in relation to the Lowther Hills, do you see there the introduction or omission of the word national?
No. It says the proposal for a commercial scale wind farm would lead to an unacceptable loss of character and regional distinctiveness of the Lowther Hills. Doesn't refer to national.
So does it appear that the ministers, in reaching their view, referred only to regional distinctiveness rather than national?
To be the case, yes. They don't refer to national interest.
I won't ask you to look at it, but at a brief glance, can you see the appearance of the word national in terms of distinctive character anywhere in the minister's document? Or has that been omitted?
I don't think so, but I would have to do a word search or read it through.
We can all look at that for ourselves later. Now, you were asked questions by the learned reporter about the 10K standoff, and you said you didn't agree with it. But even if it was valid, how far away from Clyde? Our side, how far is that from Clyde, if that's a relevant consideration? Is it about or more than 10? I should also have taken from you, while we had it, because we look again at the statement of agreed matters. And could you read out, this is in relation to questions from Mr. Godfrey, could you read out paragraphs 2.19 and 2.21, and does that give any assistance in relation to the legitimate concerns of Mr. Godfrey on a particular aspect?
Paragraph 2.19 states significant effects on the landscape character of the upland glens, have been avoided by the removal of the turbines. And 2.21, you said? Says significant effects on the views from within the Mennock Pass and the B797 have been avoided by the removal of the turbines. So yes, that is relevant to the questions Mr. Godfrey asked.
Now, going back to questions that were asked you, my learned friend Mr. Finlay earlier, on the question of the core area, it's the core area, as I understand it, of the Lowther area. Can you direct us, please, to any landscape or policy basis for suggesting a core area?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Have you seen, I don't ask you to read it all, have you seen, so far as you've read it, any conclusion on a core area in the decision about Harryburn?
No.
Now, in relation to questions about SNH guidance, are you or are you not criticising the guidance, or are you simply saying that it's not kept up with modern technology? Was, as you put, I think, behind the curve. Which is it? Are you criticising the actual guidance that's there, or simply saying it's a bit dated?
I'm not criticising the guidance. In fact, I say SNH has been instrumental by providing good guidance, and that's to be welcomed. It's led to improvement. But I think it hasn't kept up to date, and that's why I refer to the term behind the curve. It needs rapid, forgive me for using the term, but the landscape of wind energy development in Scotland is changing so rapidly that we need to keep up with guidance that responds to that.
Now, you're also asked questions about both Lead Hills and Wannock Head. Have turbines been removed, firstly, to remove any visibility from Lead Hills?
Yes, I answered that before.
And have turbines either been removed or moved, as the case may be, in order to reduce, perhaps not eliminate, but reduce any effects on Wannock Head?
Both removed, namely turbines 10 to 14, and moved in terms of turbines in the centre of the site to reduce effects from the Wannock Valley.
And any views that there may or may not be, it'll be a matter for the reporter, from Wannock Head towards any turbines is that seen across virgin untouched land, or are there other man-made features that might conceivably be visible?
No, it's not untouched land. I just answered the question of the reporter. In this respect, it's heavily influenced by activity of us people over the last 2 centuries.
And are there significant tips and former mining equipment and so on and so forth?
The big spoil mound is a scheduled monument.
You have been asked a number of questions about methodology and differences between yourself and Dr. Wimble. Insofar as you understand the position, so far as the primary issues are concerned in the LVIA, do you understand there are any significant differences between you? And if there are, what are they?
No. I think there are potentially 2 differences. Effects on the views from Kellerholm, or on the settlement Kellerholm, which Dr. Wimble considers to be significant, and I consider not to be significant. And the second one is effects on the southern uplands, north of Lowther and Nitsdale units.
And do you recollect being asked any questions about either of these locations?
No.
You were, however, asked questions about inter alia viewpoints 10, 11 and 8, but do you understand there is agreement or disagreement between you about the effects?
We're totally in agreement with each other in respect of all these viewpoints, except the 2 exceptions I just mentioned. But Dr. Wimble and myself, and I believe Mr. Wells, are all having the same conclusion in respect of it.
Well, just as a brief aside, you're asked questions about the Croic Multiverse Park, but if one visits that, might one see modern structures and features and so on and so forth within that park itself?
Yes.
All at the hand of man or at the hands of Mr. Jenks recently, is that so?
That's so.
So it might not be such a surprise to see other man-made features.
No.
You've got to be quite careful even at this time of the afternoon, leading the witness in that way.
Well, I'm sure we all knew Mr. Jenks was behind it. Now, in relation to the cumulative issues, Mr. Van Grieken, do you say that there is a significant difference between yourself and Mr. Wimble in relation to matters of judgment, or is it a matter of methodology?
It's, in my view, a matter of methodology and reporting. We've rehearsed the way I assess in terms of methodology, cumulative effect, and no doubt we get more light from Dr. Wimble how he assesses.
And is the answer to the issue to be found within the environmental statement at paragraph 6.62?
Yes, it is, because I said...
could you perhaps just take us to that again to try and remove any possible misunderstanding or ambiguity that there may be?
Sir, it's actually quite it's an important paragraph because it sets out that the cumulative assessment provides a report on the change in effect should the baseline be altered to the cumulative situation. In other words, or i.e., whether or not the effect of the introduction of the development to the cumulative baseline will differ from what's identified in the LVIA assessment. If there is no...
The next sentence may be very important.
Yeah, so if there is no cumulative effect, then the level of effect of introducing the development will be as described in the LVIA. So if I found an effect of significance in the LVIA and I don't find a significant effect in the cumulative scenario, I still find a significant effect.
So there is no suggestion, and quite the opposite is said, in fact, that because there's nothing under the cumulative, that there is no effect.
No.
I want us to read the document as a whole to follow the position as that, sir. And if one does read that paragraph and understands it, do you think it would be fair to suggest that your findings were potentially misleading?
No, I don't think they are misleading at all. My findings, I think they're quite clear.
And do you say that, that your methodology and the way you've set it out is consistent or inconsistent with the GVLIA?
My methodology is consistent with the relevant guidance, and that's been agreed in terms of the methodology as far as the statement of agreed methods is concerned too.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you, Mr. Van Grieken, for your evidence today. As I said, tomorrow we're going to reconvene at 10, but if anybody could be here at 8:30, that would be much appreciated to help set up. And we're going to pack up in a second. If you can make sure that all the wires, the tape are up, and if we can move all the tables to the back of the hall. I'm proposing that we put electronic equipment, so our cameras and that, into the library. I'm aware SNH and the council have hired that out. Are you, sorry, not the library, the computer room. Are you happy for us to do that? Yes. Now, there are two procedural matters which I hope that we can clarify tomorrow morning. One is Dr. Wimble's availability next Wednesday, so I'll get him to confirm that in the morning. And secondly, we talked about a document under table 2.1. If we could find that by tomorrow morning and refer to me what document that is, or indeed if there isn't one, that would be much appreciated as well.
Sir, two or three matters for me. We will have people here at 8:30 to assist or indeed set up the room for you, as the case may be. If you thought it helpful to make progress, we would be very happy to start the inquiry at 9:30. If that were a bit behind the time that we anticipated, entirely in your hands with that. And third, a question from me, I suppose, do we have to be out the hall at 6 o'clock tonight? It would suit me quite well to work on here because I've got all the papers, but I don't propose to take part in the karate class if that starts sharp at 6.
My understanding is that the karate club starts 7:30 for an hour and a half. So I would be out of here by 6:45, that kind of time. I'll speak to you after. I mean, the difficulty is I have a key. I have to lock up. So I can probably give you as much time as we have to clear the hall. But beyond that, I think I should probably lock up the hall. Okay. So tomorrow, Dr. Wimble, thank you for 8:30. In terms of 9:30, I'm aware that although I'm living locally, there are others that are not local. Would 9:30 suit you, Mr. Godfrey, Miss Gibb? It would. Are other parties happy to start at 9:30 tomorrow morning then?
Well, Dr. Wimble's coming from home, but he was here by 9:30 this morning, so provided there's no strict time limit for night, he'll do his best to be here for 9:30 tomorrow. He's got some distance to come from Edinburgh. But I think I understand Mr. Steele's desire to make progress, and we'll do our best to assist with that. And if Dr. Wimble won't be giving evidence, I imagine, until the afternoon or till after the break anyway, so he'll have plenty of time to touch base.
Right, well, thank you for your contributions, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 or 9:30 when we start. Thank you.